everyone. Normal America Show. Host robnoerr. How are you doing this fine day? I'm doing great. A bit of deja vu. You believe in that? You believe in deja vu? I've certainly had feelings of like remembering something, but I don't know. I think it's probably just more nostalgia and chemical things in the brain. I don't think that I've actually lived the moment before. But I had a strange day today. Uh, Yesterday was a very good day for me. And somehow today was almost an identical repeat. So if you watched the show yesterday, you'll sort of know what I'm going to talk about, right? So first off, I was bummed out because for two reasons I didn't think I'd be able to go to my son's ball game. One, we were supposed to get bad storms, and second, I was supposed to be doing the extravaganza. And then as it turned out, the storms didn't come, and at the last minute, I was told that Andrew was doing the extravaganza with Ryan Mullally again. So once more, because it was last minute, my wife had already left with my son, so just like yesterday, I hopped in my car and drove my car over to watch my son play ball, to which he did very well. It was a pretty good day. 2 days in a row. Happy accident meant I could go to my son's t-ball game. Unfortunately, it may be the last one I get to go to. I think he only has two left, one next week, and unfortunately it is during the extravaganza, though maybe I'll have off. And then, another one while I'll be down at DebateCon is his last game, which is a bummer. Last year in his last game, his coach brought water balloons. And they got to hit all the parents and coaches with water balloons. So, it was a good day. Get my robot to go record the games for me. I call her my wife. I still have a human. I've not upgraded to mechanical wife yet. Not yet. We'll see. But, yeah, so, it's a weird news day. What's in the news today? I got a little to cover on the Mitch McConnell thing. And then deja vu again, right? What's the news today? Graham Plattner, Tyler Robinson trial. You know? Oh, we will. We'll play some ball before we leave. Devil's Raspberry. White men walking peacefully equals world in crisis. Thanks for $2. What are you referencing? Is there a rally going on? I was unaware if that's the case. Yeah, McConnell. We'll talk about him for a minute. Ron's getting hit again. When do we get main host back at the extravaganza? Well, listen. I was ready to go today. But seeing as how it's a legal topic that's been the big thing, I think it makes sense to have a lawyer on. Ryan Mullally's a good dude. I think he's doing a fine job over there. So, no, I should be back at some point this week, I would guess. So, Chip Boggs, thanks for being a member. Really appreciate it. The Patriot Front rally. I mean, whatever. Are they paid by the Southern Poverty Law Center too? Wake me up when they're rioting and looting every day in the streets like we see with the left. So, it's unfortunate. I mean, Chip Boggs becomes a member again somehow. I'll take it. It gets old. That's right. I'm funny. Court proceedings or not. I could have tried to make fun of it. Oh, you upgraded. Excellent, man. So, unfortunately, tonight's show might be similar to yesterday's. We're going to talk more about some of the Tyler Robinson stuff. I don't know how long the show will be. Yeah, Exobic. So I saw this, right? I don't know if this is true or not. I did see the footage. So there was a picture of the Patreon front dudes all with their masks, like sitting on a train, and there was a black woman like in the center of it. And I saw the funny jokes my friend Marte put, who's a person of color. He put, I would sleep quietly, knowing that I was safe because it was a bunch of white men around me, which is pretty funny. But it was like, yeah, this like powerful moment. And then I saw footage. I don't know if this is true, that woman basically had some substance issues and some mental health problems. And right before that photo, she was like videotaped, like basically with her ass out, like doing some untoward things. Rosa Sharts. Hey, man. Did I say person of color? Yeah, I don't know what Marte is. Is Marte black? Is he Hispanic? I don't know. He's not white. Does that make you feel better than person of color? I don't know. I like Marte, but I don't know what the fuck he is. He's bodybuilder. Oh, yeah, I heard that Kovic and Marte will be doing a Jubilee-style debate with Brian Shaprio. I heard that. I think I was invited to that. I crushed Brian by myself. I don't need to be on a 5-on-1 against him. Acropone, $10 says nothing. You deserve my money. Thank you, man. But Brian Shaprio mentioned, so we got to.
He harasses women in messages, has a weird infatuation with men's organs. He's a syndicated radio host, and it's all about respect. He's Brian Shaprio.
I hope they get that guy in the background for this round. He'd be like, dude, well, what were you doing? What were you doing with that penis? What was up there? Hey, you're speaking with your ass out on the train? I can't sanction that. Please put some pants on, sir. Oh, look at this. Rock Chalk Hawk. Can I call you brother Connor a homosexual? Well, if he is, then sure. I would say Connor is a homosexual. I hope everything's going well, Connor. So, where do we start? Oh, Marcellery, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. And a membership, another gifted membership. Thank you. Marte's white? I don't know. The next time I see Marte, I'm going to be like, Marte, what are you? Can you give me a... what is it? I don't think he'll be offended. I don't give a shit if he is. I like Marte. He's all right. David Moore, $20 says, not late today. What's up, David? It's going to be a good day. I feel it. We're going to talk about some things. Hopefully I'll put some thoughts that you hadn't had on some of these issues. But we'll save the Tyler Robinson stuff. I basically have 3 topics to get to. 4, I guess. So we'll do Mitch McConnell, Graham Plattner real quick. And then the cost of housing and Tyler Robinson. That's the plan. So Ian Crossland's hanging out with Shaprio right now. Yeah, isn't let me see if I got my lore correct. Ian's hosting Tim Pool's show because Tim's at the World Series of Poker. Is that what I read? There you have it. I've played Tim at poker. He beat me. I'm a 4 out of 10 at poker. I know the rules, but I don't really have strategy behind it. I think I need to bluff more. When I play poker, I just basically bet if I have a good hand. Otherwise, I fold. And I think a lot of, on average, you're probably only getting a good hand like 1 out of every 6 hands. So That's 5 out of 6 that people were bullying me around. I don't know. You stopped watching pool because of Ian? Like 8 ball, 9 ball, snooker? I'm being a dad. Dad jokes. Thomas O'Brien, what's up, my man? 20 memberships. Thank you so much. And then Unforced Ego, $50 says Ryan and Andrew Mystery have been killing it in the prelim hearing coverage. Yeah, that's where I've been getting all my coverage. Although, to be honest, I only got to see about an hour today, which was unfortunate. I blame Mystery. Why not? Mystery had Copa on Rumble today? No! So let's start. First off, where did I say I was going to start? Mitch McConnell. Who was it yesterday I gave shit? Where they're like, Mitch McConnell's wife fled to China. And I was like, oh, maybe she went and visited. I don't know, man. Now it's looking a little shittier, isn't it? So let me eat some crow from just something I mocked yesterday. Yeah, it's true. Mitch McConnell's younger Asian type wife went to China. I thought that it was like, it's not that I didn't believe people. I just thought, oh, would she have like some family thing in China? Now it seems like she left while her husband's either dead or on his deathbed. A bit strange. Now I'm not saying this proves she's a CCP plant, but I mean, and I know this is a bit contradictory with the comments I've made about Erica Kirk, how everyone grieves differently. But if the story is accurate that her husband's still hanging on to life, I can't imagine being like, well, good luck, husband. You'll probably be dead by the time I get back. I'm going to head to China. That seems a bit much. That's different than like, if the next day she's joking and smiling and you're like, aha, smiling. I don't put much stock into that because I think people grieve differently. But leaving while your spouse is on their deathbed seems a bit odd. Again, I won't go so far as to say that proves that she's like a Chinese plant, but it's a bit odd. I'd have to look into the woman. She looks of Chinese descent. Am I allowed to say that in YouTube? She looks ethnically Chinese. She does, right? I don't know where she was born. Let's look it up. Let's see. Old Joe's a Chinese spy. Elaine Chow. She was born in Taipei, Taiwan in 1953. Her parents were Weishingron, which means they were mainland Chinese refugees who fled to Taiwan during the Chinese Civil War. Her father, James Chow, was from Shanghai, and her mother, Ruth Mulan. Oh, come on. Her middle name was Mulan. It's a little too on the nose, right? Ruth Mulan Chu Chow. Oh, jeez. Was from the Anhui province. She migrated to the United States in 1961 with her family and settled in New York. Later became a naturalized citizen. She's often noticed as the first Asian American woman to serve in a U.S. presidential cabinet. Family has a large shipping company. It does most of its business out of China. I don't know that that's true, but I'll believe it. I have no reason not to believe that. Ms. Mulan Chu Chow. Oh, shit. Would anybody be surprised if she was connected to the Chinese government? I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. But, other than that, I have nothing new. So I'll eat some crow. I dismissed that story too quick yesterday. I hadn't seen it, and I thought, oh, did she just visit China for a day? But no, it looks a little odd. Unless, I guess it's less odd, like if Mitch has been dead for 5 days. It's worse. Can we all agree at this? It's worse as a spouse to leave your spouse on their deathbed and fly halfway around the world. That's really bad. But if your spouse dies and then like 3 or 4 days later, you're flying around the world maybe to visit friends or family, I don't think that would be me. Particularly because I've only ever been out of the country once for like 2 days, and that was to Niagara Falls. So it'd be odd for me to leave the country anyways. But, I don't know. Fetterman's wife, my goodness. I still think that's why Fetterman sounds more based now. He got his wife out of there. Sears site, $5 says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you. Always appreciate it, man. It's crazy. It's one of the things about politics and marriage. Like, I'm going to say something. I think even with Democrats, I think I've had maybe to a fault, have given them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to like family. For example, people used to say like, oh, Obama hates his daughters. I don't think that's probably true. I think Obama probably loves his daughter, or, the Bidens. I think Joe Biden probably has a soft spot for Hunter. I think he put Hunter in a bunch of bad situations, making Hunter the bag man. But I think politics has a lot of, shall we say, marriages of convenience. Does anyone disagree with that? Like, I think there's more marriages where it's like, oh shit, I'm running for office. I have to get married, so it looks good. And the spouse is like, sure, I'll marry this guy that's going to be a powerful politician. And then I wonder how much of it was ever based on like, normal folks I know that are getting married because they're in love or because they have kids or something like that. And then the other thing is marriages that would break up, but they don't because they think it'll hurt political aspirations, like Bill and Hillary. Like, I'm pretty sure, based on like a lot of reporting, even during Bill Clinton's presidency, there was a lot of animosity there. And it seems that it was just like, look, Hillary was like, look, Bill, you've reached the pinnacle. You're going to be president for 2 terms. And then you're basically just on the fuck around tour for the rest of your life. I'm going to be president. So we're going to stay married. And you're going to be a good little guy. Shut the fuck up. Because the divorce would perhaps complicate my ability to run for office. So, I don't know. Well, I'm happily married. Anyways, that's all I have of Mitch McConnell. Graham Plattner. I know I didn't talk about it much, but is it becoming evident that my take is right? My take on the Plattner thing, and it's a simple take, but I didn't really hear many people saying this. It's not that all of a sudden Democrats almost universally believe this woman. It's that they're looking at the internal polling and seeing that Plattner's likely to lose. And so they're going to force Plattner out and install their choice, just like they did with Joe Biden. These are the people that lecture you about democracy. They knew the baggage that Graham Plattner had. They just thought, hey, there's enthusiasm for him. We'll give the voters a choice. If the voters pick him and we realize he's no good, fine. We have the ammunition to kick him out. We'll kick him out. And it's just hilarious. Good. Plattner should refuse to step down. Plattner is a sack of shit. No doubt. There's enough evidence out there that he's a shitty person. There's a lot of smoke of his mistreatment of women. However, I can't guarantee that he assaulted this new woman. Can you? Now, from dealing with the left-winger, fuck him. There's more evidence that Plattner assaulted this woman than anything Kavanaugh did, and that left ate him alive. So I don't really give a shit from the perspective of, like, your average left-winger. And I'm sure Grant Plattner jumped on Trump's a molester and Kavanaugh and all that shit, too. So fuck him for that, too, if he did that. But the point is, if Plattner was up 80% in the poll, Democrats wouldn't give a shit. They wouldn't be like, wow, we believe these new allegations. And by the way, it's hilarious because now it turns out that the New York Times knew of these allegations when they ran their story the other day, but didn't put them out there. And there's all sorts of, like, the one woman came out and was like, I've been telling news outlets this for a long time. So there's two things you need to know. What the story shows is that the Democrats are full of shit. They're not, they didn't have a come to Jesus moment and they're like, oh my gosh, this is too far. It's literally, they think it'll harm their chances to win a seat, so they're calling a mulligan. They don't give a shit about the will of their voters. They knew all this information beforehand, just like they knew Joe Biden was mentally infirmed before the debate. In both cases, with Plattner and with Biden, the Democrats that were endorsing both of them knew of these allegations before they became public. They just thought, hey, we're still going to win, so it doesn't matter. As soon as it becomes a liability, now they pretend to give a shit. That's it. That's all it is. Fine. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to sit here and tell you if there was a Republican candidate that had a swastika on his chest for 10 years and then got covered up, I wouldn't vote for him. I guess it would depend on who he was running against. But I'm not the one who clutches my pearls about white supremacists and fascists all the time. That's the left. They see boogeymen everywhere. Elon Musk waving his hand. It's a Roman salute. Remember when it was the stage was set up, the one Republican convention, and they were like, that's a symbol from the Third Reich. You remember that? The OK sign is racist to them. They do not give a shit about any of that. It's all just power. They don't give a shit. Fuck them. So the next time they're like, oh my goodness, can you believe, did you see Elon Musk salute there? Be like, fuck you. You guys proudly supported a guy with a Nazi tattoo. Fuck off. We don't care. Stop giving a shit if they call you racist. Stop. It literally means nothing. All they're saying when they call you racist is, I want to win. Fuck you. Means nothing. So this just further shows they didn't give a shit. They don't give a shit about mud democracy. They didn't care when they installed Kamala Harris, who brutally was beaten twice in the primaries, when they installed her as the candidate de facto. They're not going to give a shit if that's what they do again with Grant Plattner. Doesn't matter. They're coming out right now because the deadline's soon going to pass to when Plattner has to be the candidate. So they're trying to take care of it now. Then they can install who they want. Will of the people be damned. And again, why do I give a shit? I'm not a Democrat. So I don't have a say anyways on who the Democrat candidate would be. It's not me that the Democrats don't give a shit about the voice. It's the Democrat voter. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. Now you could say, yeah, but some of these Republicans in the Senate and shit, do they care about their constituents? No. But the Democrats don't even give you the pretense of having a primary anymore. Yeah, we'll have a primary, and if it works out in a way we don't like, we'll just be like, yep, you got to step down, and we'll install whoever we want. That's number one. Number two, can we stop pretending that if there was any doubt, can we stop pretending that the mainstream media is anything more than just a propaganda outlet for the Democratic Party? You mean with all this shit coming out for months about Graham Plattner, none of them could do an investigative story and find these allegations of these women that have been speaking up? None of them? Graham Plattner's talked about or even interviewed on channel after channel, mainstream outlet after mainstream outlet, and no one could muster asking him difficult questions? Everybody was just doing puff pieces for him? I mean, I know this is like beating a dead horse. It's story like number 7,348, just in this new Trump term, of the Democrats proving once more or the media proving once more they're just propagandists for the Democrats. But it's even worse than that. I saw someone post this. I don't have it in front of me, but I thought this was a good point. Someone was like, look at the characters, the fucking filthy, degenerate, weird, quirky characters that we see that are Democrats. And notice they're never made fun of in any comedy. Like, you remember the dude, the fucking trans dude in the Biden administration that got busted stealing people's luggage? How the fuck wasn't that guy a character on SNL? No late night comedy could muster a fucking joke about that. Now we got Graham Plattner. They couldn't get any jokes about this guy. He talked about whacking it in Porta-Johns. Nothing? Oh, the purple-haired granny, the fucking... Remember the like all the TikToks with the trans with the big nails that they did in the Biden administration? There's so much like it's like an episode of Portlandia, these fucking characters, but no one wants to pick on them. Instead, they'll be like, yeah, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth. Now look, Trump is a character. It's easy to make fun of Trump. It's overdone, and it has been since 2016. But listen, let's not kid ourselves. Trump's a fucking character. You can see how he's easy to mock and paint a caricature of. Totally get it. But so many of these other people, I don't give a shit that they're making fun of J.D. Vance. I don't give a shit, but it's like, dude, you're missing these freaks on the fucking left? You don't see them. Even Tallarico. All the Odyssey. Yeah, we can. So now we're likely to see, and look, here's the other thing. The other thing that this allows the left to do, and this is fucking laughable. Can we all agree that Plattner's not being turned on by the Democrats and the media now because all of a sudden they believe this woman, but not the women beforehand? Can we agree with that there's more to it? So you want to know what's hilarious? Not only did the Democrats not give a shit that there were all these allegations, including of violence or sexual misconduct against women, and they still were supporting him. Not only that, but the hilarious thing is, with the cover-up, then the installing someone as they try to remove Plattner, you know what they'll try to claim? We stand up for victims of sexual abuse. We take it seriously when a candidate on our side's accused, unlike Republicans and Trump. They'll actually try to turn this to the opposite of the truth. Oh, well, we had to do this because we care. Hashtag believe all women. That's why we had to do this. We're better than Republicans. When the reality is, they knew and tried to cover it up all along. And only now at the last minute are changing and pretending to give a shit because they realize they're going to lose the seat. And let's be honest, the average Democrat voter does not give a fuck. The more centrist ones might. Independents might. But the average Democrat voter, they don't give a fuck. What? That guy, whatever. Is he a fighter? Is he going to say fuck Trump? Great. They wouldn't give a shit if he's fucking wearing an SS uniform every day. They wouldn't give a shit. They don't give a shit if he beats women. Even the woman that came forward here, she said, if you read the Politico story, she said, I hesitated to come forward because this man assaulted. By the way, her story is he broke into her house and committed sexual assault against her. So literally, broke in the door. By the way, that's alleged. I'm not saying it happened, but that's her claim. But she says she hesitated to come forward because she likes his politics. And that's a message that'll resonate with the average Democrat. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what I would do if someone molested me or my wife and shared my politics. Or what if they were a refugee or something? Well, maybe it'd be racist of me to be upset then, right? So, look, that's the story. No one's calling it. It is so funny. And I also said this yesterday, which is absolutely true. The ideal candidate, particularly for Democrats, but also to some degree with the Republicans as well, is just to wait and pick someone at the last minute. Fuck it. All his politics is anymore is just attacking your opponent. All right. Did I miss any super chats? I do not think so. So we'll move on. It's a diversion from Trump Epstein. New Fed paper came out. I don't know if you caught this. Talking about housing prices. Biden-era illegal immigration drove up housing costs, Fed economists find. New Federal Reserve working paper found the record surge in illegal immigration during the Biden administration triggered higher home prices and rents. The finding arrives as immigration remains a polarizing political issue. Republicans argue former President Biden's border policy strained housing and public resources, while Democrats say immigration helped ease labor shortages and supported economic growth. The paper, published by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, combines immigration court records with government administrative data to measure how the unprecedented wave of illegal immigration between 2021 and 2024 affected local labor and housing markets. By the way, this is just illegal immigration. Now, I know my man GG's watching. GG's very into home prices, mortgage rates, etc. You'll remember GG calling in and we went heavy about how many H-1Bs, these are legal migrants, were getting these HSA loans. And now, one of the things they're trying to do is they remove temporary protection status from Haitians. One of the big arguments is, but a lot of them have 30-year mortgages. How? They're temporary. If the fucking bank gave them a mortgage that's 30 years to someone who is in the United States, quote, on a temporary emergency status, they're fucking morons. Or they're corrupt. So with this paper, though, the point I'm trying to make is there are millions of legal migrants and people in the country legally that are also crushing rental rates and home prices. But this paper is merely focusing on illegals. The authors caution the study's preliminary, circulated for professional comment, does not necessarily reflect the views of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. The Federal Reserve researchers found the influx of illegal immigrants boosted employment with little measurable effect on wages, but significantly increased housing demand. A 1% increase in unauthorized workers relative to the local labor force corresponded with roughly a 1% increase in overall employment, with no evidence the immigration surge reduced average wages. The same 1% increase, however, was associated with a roughly 2.2% rise in home prices and 1.4% increase in rents. Researchers found little evidence that home building expanded enough to meet with the added demand, including the influx acted as a housing demand shock in markets where supplies was already constrained. The economists estimate unauthorized immigrant worker flows accounted for about 30% of employment growth, roughly 30% of home growth, and 20% of rent growth between March 21 and March 24. Illegals were responsible for 30% of jobs created, 30% of the increase in home prices, 20% of your increase in rents. Now, these are the issues that Republicans should be running on with young people. Young people are very accurate in that homeownership's increasingly becoming a dream that's out of reach for them. Rent prices are through the roof. Was it worth the increase in GDP by having 7 to 10 million illegals? Was it worth the increase in the change in culture? For your rents to go up 20% and home prices to go up 30%? Was it worth it? If you paid 30% more to get a house or 20% more in your rent, do you think that there was value added to your life by bringing in 10 million immigrants that made up for that? You're like, yeah, okay. I'm paying 20% more in rent. But hey, I'm glad that we allowed 7 to 10 million illegals in because what would Piers Morgan say? The curry is good? Well, you probably couldn't afford the curry. Now, let's be fair. It's one paper. I haven't seen the methodology. Fair enough. But remember this lady's face? Let's see if I can find it. I hope I saved it. Oh, I probably didn't save it. Well, I got to go to Grok. You know who I'm talking about, though. It's terrible. You can't find this shit when you're looking for it. There was that woman who had the face. Why can't I find it? It's frustrating. On second thought, I don't know that I want to type in BBC face. Maybe we'll stop there. One more try here. They almost got me. Can't the BBC change? Someone's got to change their name. Either the specific type of porn or the news outlet. Someone has to change their name, damn it. Too many people. I can't find the clip. One last search here. Well, it was a good point. I need to do a better job of when I find things, saving them. How is this off the internet? It was the biggest meme for like a month. Just all these women making these faces. And this one particular was this woman in the UK being explained by a reform or a restore guy. Yeah, housing prices are going through the roof because we're bringing in a bunch of migrants that need homes, which means that the supply of homes has gone down, which means that the average British person has to pay more. And she's like, how can I not? It's very frustrating. Pretty kitty. I don't know what you're talking about. Should be able to look this.
Anyways, next question. Is blackface or brownface ever okay?
Only if you're a pretty kitty.
Okay.
Well, I give up. I can't find the picture of. It's very frustrating. I looked up smug woman migrant housing prices BBC. I didn't see anything, but I quickly realized like this is not good. This is not what I want. Oh wait, I think there it is. My man coming through. Haha. Thank you. Here's the clip without smut. So when we talk, it intuitively makes sense. If you bring in millions of people, let's say you have, let's just say you're playing an imaginary game and you're building a civilization and you have 10 million residents in your country and you have 5 million homes. Now, let's say you bring in another 10 million and you still have 5 million homes. What's that do to housing cost? Through the fucking roof, because now you have half the supply of housing. So when you start to bring in millions upon millions of people, but you're not creating new housing or new apartments, That's going to decrease the supply and increase the demand of housing, which means that those prices are going to go up. And when you bring this up, like in this footage here, you see the reaction from a leftist.
The idea of blaming our housing crisis on immigration is absolutely wild to me, actually. Robert, like,
that says more about
do you
you
think
because
that
we've got an extra 10, 20 million people come in the country
do
on
you
last.
think that if do you think
So
that
do you
if
not
we
think an extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing?
do you think
in the
that if
UK?
we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
Is that going to solve
The thing
it?
is, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining things like this, isn't he? Yeah.
There it is. Bringing in tens of millions of people is going to affect housing prices? What? I mean, we can mock it all we want, but that's essentially the argument. Remember, the Biden administration intentionally allowed millions of illegals into this country. They want them to remain. The Democratic Party is willing to fight and die to make sure that those people be allowed to stay here. And at the same time, they'll demand socialism because it's the evil fucking landlord. It's their fault the prices are up. By the way, how many fucking lefties do you think that bitch about the housing crisis and simultaneously want illegals in? How many of them do you think are picking up a hammer and building homes? Someone else will do it. But you always, I saw someone say this the other day. You know, the hammer and sickle represent like manual labor. And yet it seems so often the people that are self-described commies, they ain't fucking carpenters. So all the people bitching at you about affordability. Remember, during the Biden years, we had near record inflation, more than 10% over year to year. They didn't say shit. We had all of these illegals pouring in addition to millions of legal migrants. Home prices, all this shit being affected, they didn't care. But now they're real concerned. So just remember that. These are the issues, by the way, that Republicans should be going after. If you are a young person and you busted your ass and you got into the STEM fields and shit, particularly if you're white, you're fucked. You're not going to be able to be hired thanks to the DI policies of the Democrats, or at least that used to be the case. And you're not going to be able to afford a home because they prioritize millions of foreigners over you. And the Republicans could be running on that. But they're not. Or at least they're doing a poor job of it. Yeah, because they're scared of being called racist. Here's Tom Homan on Laura Ingraham last night, I believe.
Well, I've said from day one, everybody's on the table. And if you look at the numbers, what I looked at yesterday, just over half of everybody we're arresting is a criminal. So about half are non-criminals. So everybody's on the table. You know, when President Trump wants to prioritize public safety threats, yeah, we may prioritize, and we got a list. We got 4 criminals and 4 non-criminals. Try to get the child predator first. But bottom line is, everybody's on the table. The numbers show it's about half and half now. So, you know, and with the more additional resources we got from the reconciliation bill, you wait to see what the numbers are this year. I'm not going to say in the last week, ICE has broken historic records every single day, and we're not going to stop. We're going to add more resources. We're going to add more targeting. We got millions of people we need to find in the next couple of years, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
We'll see. But it's positive messaging. We'll see if that's what happens. And we'll see if that's how the numbers add up. But yes, I agree. Get the worst of the worst first. Sure. But they need to get everyone. Now, I know they're not going to get everyone. Quite literally, it would be impossible. You're always going to have a handful of people that would be able to hide. But they ought to be going after everyone. Now, Trump won't let them. There'll be certain industries that he'll say, no, that's okay, though. It's wrong, but it's okay. As long as they're getting many, many people and setting the stage for the next person to come along and possibly do the right thing and get rid of these people. We're never going to be able to get 10 million, 20 million, 30 million out in like 6 months. If the illegals are building houses so efficiently, why the fuck are home prices going up? It's almost as if they're not building it near the rate of the amount that are coming in. So if the only people building houses are illegals and that's what they're doing, get the fucking illegals out and then we won't have to build as many houses. Then we could start ending the welfare system and pay Americans a fair wage to build houses. I personally know carpenters and other people that build houses that are not illegal immigrants. If you know some guy that was a big Trump voter and intentionally hiring illegals, and now his home building business is fallen, fuck him! They ought to arrest that motherfucker too for hiring illegals knowingly. That's my opinion. I have no sympathy. Some super chats. Jabroni Big Time, thanks for 5 memberships. Really appreciate it. But Trump hiring contractors to build illegals. Good, fuck them, send them all out. And I hope that you also have illegals in your life that get deported. Fuck you. Let me explain to you why some people, Trump and other people, have used illegals, so we have to allow the 30 million illegals in. Trust me, they're building your homes. Fuck you! If they're so great, why don't you move your ass to the countries we're deporting the motherfuckers back to? How about that? Trump used these contractors, then fuck Trump too! But fuck you more, you piece of shit! Actually, we have to allow all the illegals because I said something about Trump. Fuck you. Go look up the statistics yourself. I look up the statistics of those motherfuckers balling as they're getting deported. I looked that up, and I'm glad you're upset about it, you fucking sellout piece of shit. Why don't you go move to the country with these great noble illegals? Why aren't they making their countries? Think of how many houses they'll be able to build in their fucking countries, right? After all, our country's going to fall apart without them. Who will build the houses? So why don't you just get a leg up and get the fuck out? Right? Oh, they don't want your lazy ass, Mr. Anonymous fucking shit talker? Yes, if Trump knowingly hired illegals to do his business, that motherfucker should go to jail too. Yes, see? All of you. It's like you say the magic words Trump, and it's like, oh, well, then I guess we have to accept the illegals because allegedly Trump hired a contractor that used illegals. We don't give a shit what lefty fuck faces like you think. Fuck you. We know you want open borders. We know you're happy with the tens of millions of illegals that came in. It's your fault why young people can't afford homes. It's your fault why we have so many communities where these illegals are changing the culture massively and scamming us like these fucking Somalians. Fuck you. It will be your fault if Islam takes over and starts to really punish the LGBT. Fuck face weak pieces of shit like you. That's whose fault it'll be. You motherfucker. You sellout. You piece of shit anonymous fucking virtue signaling coward. Your fault. Fuck you. I laugh at your fucking face. We need these illegals to build houses. Fuck you. I live in a motherfucking tent before I allow you motherfuckers that hate my way of life and my people to fucking gaslight us into why we should be replaced. Fuck you. If the illegals are so great, simultaneously, why are we being told, but Biden and the Democrats, they were pushing a bipartisan bill to fix it. Fix what? The illegals are great. What are they trying to fix? No, you didn't open the border and you don't hire illegals. You just make excuses for it and want them to stay. Everybody's got to actually, here's why we need the illegals. Actually, we're so tired of it, man. Tired of this bullshit. Ain't illegals building homes where I live. Kick the fucking illegals out, and then whatever community you're in that you've chosen to live in where you need illegals for your way of life, then I guess you're fucked, buddy, if that's the truth. Now, the truth is that's not the truth. That's why every fucking community, when these illegals move in, can't wait to get them out, even ones that call themselves sanctuary cities. That's the truth. You're a liar. You're a bunch of fucking liars. Anyways, more super chats. That was fun. Good. I felt like I had that bottled up. I was waiting to yell at someone. Kyle Beckman, $10 says illegal immigrants are a net drain on the economy, taking in tens of billions of tax-funded welfare benefits, more than they contribute in taxes, as well as tens of billions in remittances. In addition, to the extent that they do help GDP, it's at the expense of people that they're displacing for that work, which then forces Americans on welfare benefits. But you're absolutely right. Level 4 lobster, 12 months a member, my friend said. Get to my mower fix? No. Good to see you as well, man. And then Kyle Beckman, $5 says, nobody should be surprised that communists don't understand basic economic concepts like supply and demand. Ar Capone, $10 over on Rumble says, preach. Thank you. Scottlebutt, $1 says, wouldn't say criminals first. I'd say criminals get priority. The difference is if there's a holdup, maybe legal, to move on to others while you wait. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay if it's like they have to prioritize getting 20 people today and 18 of the 20 are murderers. I'm okay with that. Now, Truth Revolt, thanks for the 20, says the only illegal thing leftists care about are fireworks. See all the posts from different fire departments and police talking about it leading up to the 4th? Wish they cared that much about immigration, right? And Chop Chop, $5. Thank you, says, forget calm down, rage up. Yeah. Now I have to go to the restroom, so I will be right back. While I'm gone, let's see. What can we play for you? I don't know. I'll just play something random. Right back.
You see, he stole my job.
From iron-bound decks to the storm-split foam, they carve their names where the wild winds roam.
Get those super chats in for the chair.
Stone, every sea they sail, they claim as their own. Oh, the Norrens rise, hear the ocean roar. Based as fuck, we're back for more. Smart and savage, tough as nails. No one stands when the Norrens sail. Kings can beg and tire and shout. The Norrens laugh and shut them out. No chains hold fast, no threats take root. They don't take shit, never have, that's truth.
Yes,
Oh,
it's me, Alvarez.
Stealing our grin. Best damn crew that's ever been. Mind and muscle, bone and gale. Clear the way, the Norrens sail.
That's enough. All right. What did I miss? Check the check. Hey, Caleb, $2 this chair. Enjoy it. When I get back from DebateCon, this chair, it's getting put out to pasture. Sorry about chair's luck. Acropone, $10 says, I'm actually Brian Chaperone. You refused to show me your penis, even after I paid you $50 for unrelated content. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, we got the 2 Calebs here tonight. I have said that before, but I've been too lazy to put the chair together. And I someday will not be lazy. All right. I mean, everybody's favorite topic, right? Let's talk about Tyler Robinson trial. Where to even begin? So first off, if there's anyone watching that is in camp, Ian Carroll or something Coleman or Candace Owens, great. I'm glad you're here. I have questions. So we had Candace saying yesterday, or not just yesterday, Candace has been saying, let's start here. One of the problems is, what'll happen is, so much of this is just throwing shit to the wall. You'll make a declarative statement. This is it. The mic exploded. Tyler Robinson was never even on the campus. And then their audience is just like, it's so true. It's so obvious. That's obviously true. And then if you show that that's not the case, they'll just refuse to accept reality, or they'll just act like, okay, so what? That's not important anyways. So yesterday, one of the things I talked about is, it is clear based on the questions that the defense was asking yesterday that what they're leading to is he was shot with a smaller caliber handgun. Because they're like, could people in the crowd have had guns? Did you find a holster? Did you find a bullet? That's what they're, not an exploding mic. I don't think that's going to be their theory. Now, first off, as I said yesterday, go ahead, clip this. You ready? When Tyler Robinson is found guilty, the conspiracy people are going to say that the defense is also part of the conspiracy. That's why they didn't make the Candace Owens claims. That's what they'll say. So I hope the defense attorney's ready for that, because that shit's coming down the pipe. Mark my words. Mark it down. It's coming. But if it comes out tomorrow, right? If it came out and was like, actually, our theory is that it wasn't a 30-06. It was a handgun. The left would be like, we knew it. We knew it all along. They just say shit. They just say shit, and if it turns out to not be true, so what? So let's start with this. Here's Candace Owens saying he was never on campus. Tyler Robinson.
Okay, what are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
In fact, according to my source, Tyler has never even stepped foot on UVU campus.
All right, and where does he go from there?
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus.
The alleged shooter, you think they're a patsy?
Of course, they're a patsy. I mean, come on, it's just so dumb. He wasn't even on campus that day. They can't show us one clear image, not even one. All of these cameras, Turning Point has everything in 4K. So shouldn't you have caught the shooter on the roof in 4K? Like, you had cameras everywhere that day. Every inch of that campus is covered.
So do you think that was someone else that was running across?
Absolutely.
It wasn't Tyler?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you see Mr. Robinson now?
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building. The almost top center of the image.
I don't
Do you
think Tyler Robinson was there.
You don't think he was there?
I think he's a total patsy.
What are we seeing now?
And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of the roof of the Losi building onto the grass area. And then moving away towards Campus Drive.
This was so dumb. He wasn't even on campus that day.
All right. Now, let's be clear. What they are saying is that that's not Tyler Robinson. Okay. Now, we're on day 2, as I was talking to someone yesterday. We're on day 2 of 4 or 5 days of preliminary that they expect. The license plate apparently matches Tyler Robinson's car. So now we have a guy that fits Tyler Robinson's general description. We have his car being there. What if the defense doesn't argue Tyler wasn't there? What if they're like, yeah, he was there, but that's not him on the roof? Then what? Is Candace going to say, oh, well, still, How could that be? Candace assured us. Her sources told her he wasn't even there. So I guess the theory is they either faked his car being there and faked his license plate, or someone else drove Tyler Robinson's car there. Or it's all AI. Maybe that's what we'll go with. Now, not to spoil it for you, but some of what they're claiming today is this isn't Tyler Robinson because Tyler Robinson's only 5'10", and clearly this person is a giant. It's one of Candace's claims.
Tyler has
So let's
never
watch this.
even stepped foot on UVU.
Clearly,
campus.
this is someone who's over 6
where
feet
does he go
tall
from there?
in the video is what she's saying.
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus.
The alleged shooter, you think they're a patsy?
Of course, they're a patsy. I mean, come on, it's so dumb. It's so he wasn't even on campus that day.
No, what
They
the-
can't show us one clear image, not even one. All of these cameras, Turning Point has everything in 4K. So shouldn't you have?
That right there. She's saying this image on the right, and let's see if I can find this. Candace said today, that's clearly someone who's incredibly tall. So let's see her post, just so I'm not accused of misrepresenting her. Where you at, Candace? Okay. All right, here we go. So here's Candace. It's a little out of chronological order, but she says, confirmed, Tyler Robinson's 5'10". Tons of ways to do an analysis of a person's height walking up a staircase. Can guarantee you it will now get done by the public. This is my exact point. The person walking in that video they are presenting is very clearly a tall person, well above 6 feet tall. No way that is a 5'10" or a 5'11" person. How tall is Lance Twiggs? Here's the video again.
Caught the shooter on the roof in 4K. Like
this video on the right here. She's saying clearly that's a person that's well over 6 feet tall. Look how tall he looks there. Now here's the problem. Watch this video play.
Turning Point has everything in 4K. So shouldn't you have caught the shooter on the roof in?
If he's well over 6 feet tall, how tall is that woman? 7'2", 7'3"? That appears taller than him that's walking by? How could she just make the claim? Clearly that this guy in this picture is well above 5'10". Based on what? And like there's other, I'll see if I can find the clips that in this video, there's other people walking by him that look the same height or taller than him. Is it just that UVU is just a campus of everyone 6'6", 6'7"? My son would say 6'7". Oh, geez. Like, imagine seeing that. You're like, oh, clearly that can't be him. Now, what another thing that they're saying is, all right, now you see this right here? Look at on the picture on the right. Now, this is allegedly Tyler Robinson with the firearm in his pants. Right? Now, there's two things that are going to be said. One, you'll see him, quote, bend his knee, which proves that he couldn't have had a firearm. That's not true, as I've seen people actually do this today, that you could put a firearm and you'd still be able to bend your knee somewhat. But you can see this guy is walking awkwardly, and it looks like there's something in his pants there. I don't want to hear any jokes, damn it. We already had the BBC slip up, so don't give me any jokes about saying there's something that looks like something in his pants. We don't want to hear it. Wade Boggs, I'm looking at you. Avarice. Then the other thing they'll say is, and you can see Candace say this, So Baron Coleman, here you see, he links this video and he says, so he could bend his leg. He just didn't bend it most of the time for some unknown reason. So here's the clip he shows. Yeah, it's probably awkward on his leg. Why is he... I guess I would turn the question. Then what's the point? They were so shrewd with the patsy that they were like, hey, just walk like you're stiff in the leg. But then he forgot. And then they thought that through so much that they told this guy, act like your leg's stiff so that the camera picks you up. But he screwed up here and there. But at the same time, they planted a gun that Baron Coleman and company would know would be impossible. So they're so thorough that they actually were like, hey, let's just have a patsy running around pretending like there's something in his leg. But they couldn't think enough to make sure the caliber would be sufficient so Baron Coleman and Candace Owens couldn't figure it out. Now, the other thing that you're going to see them say is this. See all these giant, by the way, let's enhance. Look at all these giants.
Again, we're able to track.
Oh my gosh, all these giant people. They're all clearly 6'9", 6'11".
So, and again, we're able to track. We're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were able to.
So their claim is that he's bending the wrong leg. That's the claim. So let's watch again. Proof in this video. So here we see it looks to be on his right that he's bending his leg, or keeping his leg straight.
We're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were able to.
And there it looks like it's his left.
And again, we're able to track.
Now, the problem is, a lot of times what happens is these cameras flip. So what I want to do is, here's what I want to do, and I haven't done this yet. Is there any markings we could see on this guy? Is there? I don't think I could enhance. I don't think I could enhance my video here.
We're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were able to.
So,
to see if the camera's likely to be flipped. Yeah, the markings are on the front of him. Enhancing. So is it possible that one of these cameras is mirrored and one's not?
And again, we're able to track. We're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were able to.
So
now, if the timing is correct, he's walking upstairs.
We're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
To me, what it looks like is, if you look at the timestamp, now I don't know, but it looks like this is him. There's a camera here behind him, right? And he walks up these stairs, and now there's going to be a camera facing this way. So the second shot you're going to see, at least it seems what they're implying.
And again, we're able to track. We're able to track Mr. Robinson.
That this. Let's slow it down. We don't need the audio. Right here is the same time. They just switched cameras. Does everyone agree that's what the implication, that's what it seems that they're doing is? Does everyone agree? The staircases look opposite. And if that's the case, in that moment, he switched legs? Right at that exact moment, he stiffened one leg and then all of a sudden he stiffens up. I can understand if it's like 10 minutes apart and you're faking a leg injury that you forget and start faking the other. But right at that moment, you're like faking the left, faking the left, faking the right, faking the right. Why would you do that? That's it. That's the big bombshells from today. There's one more, by the way. So the big bombshells are, one, trust me, bro, he's too tall to be Tyler Robinson. Okay. I guess everyone at UVU is a giant. That's bombshell one. Bombshell two is, he could bend his leg. Right. As you would be able to, even if you had something in your leg, you'd be able to bend your knees slightly, but it'd still be uncomfortable and sliding if you did it. Third, well, he bends the wrong leg. How do they know? Then the fourth claim, over and over, I've heard this. That they said that they don't have footage of the shooting. That was the next thing. I can't spell. I apologize. So here's the footage that I've seen people saying that from today. Now, I didn't watch all this. I only watched about an hour. So I'm only seeing clips of this. Oops. Now, what this is going to show, says the people that think that Tyler Robinson didn't do it, is that the feds are admitting, by the way, this isn't the feds, this is the state, but they're admitting we don't have video of the shooting.
From the state, no, but I think I'd like to be crystal clear. You asked if there's any portion of this video that captures, and I believe you asked of the actual shooting.
Sorry about the low volume.
There's no video of that. There is video, however, and you've heard testimony related to this, where the shooter goes to the top of the low-C building, goes out to the edge of the building, low crawls, and then leaves after what we assume is the shot being fired. That's as close as it gets. I don't know if that makes a difference, Judge. I just wanted to make the record clear, and I want to be crystal.
Now, he says, I just want to be clear. You asked if there was video of the shooting. We don't have that. What this is shows someone crossing right into when the shooting occurred. Now, one, that could be interpreted as there's more video evidence to come. But let me say, I could easily interpret that that's not the case. Here's the smoking gun then. If there's not video of the shoot, then that proves that it didn't occur, right? Right? Here's someone who's all over this, who believes that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. He's responding to Andrew Wilson here. He says, maybe the newly hired latest star at Turning Point, the greedy Andrew Wilson, can explain to me how you could convict someone without having him on camera taking the shot. I'll repeat that. How can you convict someone if we don't have them on camera taking the shot? Well, that's a real conundrum, isn't it? I don't know if you guys... I might blow your mind here. I might blow your mind. Did you know the majority of convictions for homicide, murder, etc. in the history of this country, and in fact in the history of the world, have been cases where we did not have the shooting on camera? Did you know that? I know it sounds impossible. How is it possible? By the way, these are the same people that are like, yeah, Mossad did it. Really? Do you have it on camera? Well, and you're like, okay, that's just one guy. Here's Ian Carroll. Hey, bud. He's responding to Joe Redden here. He says, hey, bud, kindly show me a screenshot of Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Oh, you can't? Yeah, because that's not what the video showed at all. It showed an unidentified individual walking around. And on the roof, it showed a tiny whiff of pixels blowing in the breeze. Okay? And? So just to be clear, the conspiracy theory now has to be this. Some combination of Erica Kirk, Turning Point, Mossad, placed an explosive in the microphone because they decided instead of a million ways that they could kill Charlie, including off of camera, they instead would riskily do it out in the open where hundreds of people would be filming, possibly this microphone exploding, thereby giving up the whole game and possibly jeopardizing their entire existence, going to prison for the rest of their lives, etc. But that was their bold choice. Then, simultaneously, they had someone who was not Tyler Robinson, right around the time of the shooting, on video, walking around pretending to have something stiff in his leg. Then someone who may be that same person or not got on the roof right around the time of the shooting, and that's on video. But it was all set up. That person on the roof was just a distraction. So that later they'd be able to say, perhaps that person on the roof. Why wouldn't they have the person on the roof at least have a weapon and fire a shot? If they're going through all this trouble anyways, have the microphone as the backup plan. Right? Not that I want to give these people any more ammunition. So now, if we don't have the actual high-definition camera showing Tyler Robinson pulling the trigger, which even if we did, they would literally just say, so what, maybe he did fire a shot. Even if they would say, no, it's AI, it's bullshit. But even if you got past that, they'd say, so what, even if he fired a shot, that's not what killed him. That gun couldn't have done it. So it was actually Mossad and the exploding microphone. Wouldn't matter what comes out. We need the video evidence. That's the only way. Candace, isn't that right? You can't just convict someone of overwhelming circumstantial evidence. There must always be a camera.
They weren't even able to prove how she poisoned her husband. Check out this headline. Okay. Prosecutors in Corey Richins' murder trial could not prove how she poisoned her husband. They didn't need to. So they literally did not know how the fentanyl got into her husband's body. The article tells us, quote, to prove their case, prosecutors relied largely on circumstantial evidence to tie her to Eric Richins' death. Cases based on direct evidence are not necessarily stronger than those that rely on circumstantial evidence, legal experts say. Unlike direct evidence, such as eyewitnesses or recordings of a crime, circumstantial cases require jurors to determine a defendant's guilt by weaving together indirect evidence. In Corey Richins' case, prosecutors focused on potential motives for Corey Richins to kill her husband, and the actions they said show that she had a guilty conscience after his death, both elements that can illustrate a defendant's state of mind. They also used digital records to corroborate key witness testimony, which strengthened their circumstantial case. Quote, all of these things together start to add up, and the prosecution builds this huge mountain, end quote. And you should know that in this particular case, they relied on things like the fact that she was in financial distress, that she had been having an affair, that he apparently wanted a divorce, that she...
How can that be, Candace? They didn't have a video camera showing her doing it. How can that be? Candace is surely out there decrying this conviction. This can't be the case. Show me the video of her injecting the fentanyl. Show me the video. Oh, there is none? Not guilty. Here's the footage of the person on the roof from today that they showed. Now, again, you could either believe there's three possible things. You could believe this is probably someone who had something to do with this shooting, but maybe it's not Tyler Robinson. Or you could believe it is Tyler Robinson. Or you could believe this was all a patsy who wasn't Tyler Robinson, that coincidentally, either just someone randomly on the roof at this time, inexplicably, or someone who was paid to be up there to throw people off the trail. But here's the video.
And what time is this?
It's just afternoon, about 12:15.
On what day?
On September 10th, 2025.
Okay. What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Los.
Now, if we slow it down, where I believe where this is occurring, do you see where it says roof? We're going to slow it down to 0.25 speed. So up top here, it says CS Roof West Overview Camera. Right under the F, if you go down, maybe right to the where it gets dark there. There's like a railing. Watch. You're going to see a person. I don't know if you can see my finger here. It looks like a person's going to roll over that railing. You see like a little dark shape there? See, right there, they're moving. Not some Herculean Spider-Man effort. Well, let's do it regular speed. We'll turn the sound back on too.
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
Right. Now the time says,
sorry,
if you look there at the top left, that says 12:17.
September 10th, 2025.
Right? Now watch, it switches to the other camera angle.
The individual actually kind of...
Now we're 5 minutes later at 12:22.
Rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is...
There, you can see him right here. So, I don't know, can you guys see my marker? But if you go straight down from where it says 910, go straight down to the roof of the building, and you can see the person leaving.
What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of
Here he is running right here. You see a person running.
rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
And this is at what time?
Around 12:23. I think the timestamp on the video is 12:22.
On the 10th.
On September 10th, yes,
So
2025.
we're clear, this is the roof of the Losi building.
Correct.
Can you still see that individual?
Now, my understanding is the reason that you may not see video of the shooting is the video they have is him going across the roofs, but there's no actual camera in the exact spot where the shooting occurred. Now, here's the next clip.
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I do, yes.
And how long is he out there on the edge of the building?
Just until the reported shot was fired at 12:23 and 28. The individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Is that what we're seeing happening right now?
It is, yes.
So the shot, listen to what he says. The shot was at 12:23 and 28. So right here, it's 12:23:18.
Just until
23.
The reported shot was fired
25,
at
26,
28.
27, 28. That's allegedly, right there is allegedly when the shot occurred. If this time step's correct and this officer's correct. So that's the shooting. Now, if you look at the top left of this building, you're going to see someone in a couple seconds go running.
Individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Is that what we're seeing happening right now?
You can see right here. If you go directly down from the 12 to the top of the building, you can see a figure.
It is, yes. They move behind the atrium area on the rooftop.
So let's go again so you can see it.
They move behind and then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Is that what we're seeing happening right now?
It
You
is.
just see a little. That you see someone running right then. Yes, I understand, B. Scott, that that is one of the explanations, that they will later enter evidence from the other side of the building. But this specific video didn't show taking a shot. But let's assume that that other video doesn't exist. I don't know if it will or not.
Yes.
Just looking at this.
They move behind the.
So now they're behind
atrium
this
area on the rooftop.
This little structure on the roof,
northeast
they're
corner
behind
where
it.
the white triangle is.
Bam! You see them exit right there. Now it's 12:23:43. So this is about 15 seconds after the shot. And it looks like that person stood up from our left corner of the building and then ran a straight line, at one point entering behind this structure on the roof. And now they're right to the right of that structure, still running.
Do you see Mr. Robinson now?
I do.
Now he's ran to the white corner
Yes,
there.
he's just arriving at the corner of the building. The almost top center of the image.
What are we seeing now?
And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of
He jumped down. Now he's in the grass right in front of the corner of the building.
the roof of the Losi building onto the grass
There you
area,
see him running.
and then moving away towards Campus Drive.
Now, let's assume that's the only camera angle we have, and there's not going to be another camera angle. The people that think that Tyler Robinson is innocent, I guess their explanation will be that wasn't Tyler Robinson. That was a non-shooter who either one was serendipitously on the roof at the exact same time and then took off sprinting and jumped off the building immediately following the shooting, or that was a patsy. that instead of actually putting a sniper on a roof like that, they put someone up to fake being a sniper on a roof so that they could kill Charlie Kirk with an exploding microphone. And you might say, why not, especially if Mossad's involved, why not use an actual sniper, someone who's actually trained? Why rely on a risky exploding microphone that could harm other people, including some of the security that allegedly may be involved, according to these people? It may malfunction. It may be discovered that it was an exploding microphone. What? Now, what we know, at least, I guess, the problem is it's a hydra. Any specific person could have any specific theory. And so when you say, okay, the theory is exploding microphone, someone will say, that's not my theory. So the theory is Tyler Robinson was never even on campus, Candace? That's not my theory. We'll say another person. Then the next thing I heard all day today, the screwdriver that was found at the roof scene had Tyler Robinson's DNA and Lance Twiggs' DNA. But I was told over and over again, or saw people saying over and over again, that 5% of the DNA was 5% was Tyler Robinson and 95% was Lance Twiggs. Here's Baron Coleman. Here's his list of everything wrong today. Very first one. Where did that go?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I do, yes.
And how long is he out?
1 second. Did I share the wrong? Here we are. 89 to 95% of the DNA on the screwdriver and towel came from Lance Twiggs. Now, as always, we say, is that true and does that matter? Well, if the screwdriver had Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's DNA on it, even if 95% was Lance Twiggs, how does that speak to the fact that Tyler Robinson couldn't have been involved? It might suggest that Lance Twiggs was involved, but it could be that this was a screwdriver that was in the apartment of Lance Twiggs, who he had used, or there was supposedly a towel that it was wiped down with that had, I'll just be polite and say, genetic material from Lance Twiggs on it. But let's assume that was true for a second. All that would prove is the screwdriver that was on the crime scene came from a home that both Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson was at. So that would really narrow down that it was either Lance Twiggs or Tyler Robinson or someone from that home that did this. That's a key piece of circumstantial evidence that would speak to the guilt, combined with a bunch of other things. Tyler Robinson being there, the footage, them thinking they see him in the footage, him confessing to his parents, his messages on Discord, etc., etc., etc. But then, is it even true? Now, I don't know. I want to admit, I have not seen all of the footage from today. And so I'm as guilty as everyone else that I'm complaining about, and that I'm just seeing snippets and clips. So I am willing to accept if someone in the audience tells me, yes, that is exactly what was testified to today, that 95% of the genetic material on the screwdriver was Lance Twiggs and 5% was Tyler Robinson's. I've already argued why I don't think that would matter anyways. But Here's what I looked this up, and here's what I was able to dig up from today. Now, I'm not saying that there's not another footage that contradicts this. But here's what I found.
You testified about...
Let's turn to closed caption. Oh, it's not there. You'll just have to listen.
Exhibit 7 and 8, that they both had mixtures. Excuse me. Yes, items 7 and 8. In your testing of these items, that they both had mixtures. And you stated, I want to make sure I understood this. You stated, I believe, that the minor contributor was less than 20%, and that it was actually 5%. The ratio was 5% to 95%.
For one of the samples, yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Does that mean the 5% was from Twigs, and the 95%, that 95% is assumed from the Robinson?
When I calculate the statistic, Twigs' DNA profile aligned with the 5% contributor, and Mr. Robinson's DNA profile aligned better with the 95% contributor.
Okay. Same question with regard to 8. I think you said the ratio was 11% from the minor and 89% from the major. Is that Twigs being the 11% and Robinson being the 89%?
Yes, Twigs better aligned with that 11% contributor, and Mr. Robinson better aligned with that 79% contributor.
Am I missing something? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe she later says, my mistake, I had that backwards. But she was quite clear right there. She said the minor contributor, the 5% and the 11% on the two items, was Twigs. The major contributor was Tyler Robinson. Now, I am open to anyone who's in the camp that they think that this is a setup, that Tyler Robinson didn't do it, that wants to say, you're mistaken, Rob. They later clarified. That could be. I did not watch all 7 hours today. But based on what I just heard, Baron Coleman's very first statement today, 89 to 95% of the DNA on the screwdriver and towel came from Lance Twigs. That appears to be bullshit. That appears to be absolutely bullshit. And now listen, everyone could make mistakes, and maybe he's right. Maybe they later clarified. But I was unable to find evidence that they switched it. She never backed down from that statement, says Harley Quinn. Okay, maybe you could make a mistake. But Baron, assumedly, is watching this with great intent. This is his livelihood at this point. This story, this is the big issue. Justice for Charlie. It's all a setup. So how could you fuck this up? This isn't some random point. This is the very first point he makes. Please list the Fed sloppers who have reported the following before the preliminary hearing started. So is he, maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying? Is he saying the Fed sloppers were saying that it was 95% Twigs, but actually it's not? It's 95% Robinson? Okay. And then when you look, you're like, oh, okay, that's pretty declarative. So surely the people that were making this point are like, oh, our mistake. Okay, that part of what we were saying was wrong. You won't be shocked to realize that's not what's happening. Facts, Lance Twiggs' DNA's there too. You're all defending Erica Kirk looking foolish. Twiggs was on more of the evidence and they refused to subpoena him. But let's go through Barron's statements. Again, even the way Barron words this is ambiguous. He says, Please list the Fed sloppers who have reported the following before the preliminary hearing started. So you have this guy saying, you're a liar. She said it backwards in the middle of the hearing, and then this lawyer clarified in the last minutes of the hearing. They'll defend the Fed slop narrative no matter what. It's just Fed slop. You're missing the point. Why don't you show your picture? Do you need someone to come pick you up? Sucks to suck. You didn't watch. 95% was twigs. I mean, it doesn't matter. The woman could blatantly say, yeah, 95% was Tyler Robinson's. And these people are just like, aha, that proves it. 95% was twigs. How could you believe this Fed slop? What are you talking about? So people are saying it. Surely, I mean, if that was the case, I'm just going to throw this out. If it's true that at the end, oh, by the way, we fucked up. That woman meant to say it was 95% Lance Twiggs. Wouldn't someone have the video and clip that up? That seems to be easy. Just clip that part and say, see? But instead, they're just like, no, trust me, bro, that video's out there. I haven't been able to find it. Again, it hardly matters. It shows that the device, the towel and the screwdriver were in the possession of Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs at some point. Let's say I use a knife to commit a crime. And they have me on video doing it. It's no doubt it was me. But they do a DNA sample on the knife, and 5% of the DNA they find on it is me, and 95% of it's my wife's, because she uses that knife to cook every day. Is all of a sudden it's like, oh, it couldn't have been Rob, it must have been his wife. No, it just shows that knife was at least in my possession at some point. There's no guarantee just because I was the last person to handle it that the majority of the DNA is mine. But not the gun. What are you saying? That there was no DNA on the gun? Did they get to the gun today? Let's go through more of what Barron says here today. Again, the woman who provided the ring footage of Tyler Robinson's car reported it was driven by a bald man with 3 passengers. Okay. First off, let's assume that's true. people have false recollections of things. We see this a lot where people will say, I saw this, this is what was being reported. What is the theory here? That Tyler Robinson had accomplices? Okay, maybe so. I don't know how this proves that Tyler Robinson wasn't the shooter. Let's steelman the position. This could possibly prove that the investigators are doing a poor job because other people could have been involved. But it doesn't prove that Mossad did it. It doesn't prove that Tyler Robinson's a patsy. It didn't do it. It doesn't prove that Turning Point's involved in it. It doesn't prove that Erica Kirk's involved in it. More likely explanation is the woman was mistaken that reported who she saw, or that the feds are well aware that Tyler Robinson let someone else borrow his car or had other people driving him around that were unaware of the crime that had been committed or that was being planned. Let's do some super chats real quick. Lazarus, let's do this. $5 says the booking was based on his ID. If Tyler acquired his driver's license at 16, it's possible he grew. That's possible. Crazy. $5. Thank you. Steel, look at that. 10 gifted memberships. I thank you so much. Thank you, Steel. Devil's Raspberry, $2 says Israel could have done this a dozen easier ways. Yeah. Jefferson, $2 says 4K Ultra HD proof for you. Speculation for me. Yep. Do they have video of Mossad doing it? No, but that's okay. Chip Bugs. What? Who's this guy? $10. Thank you so much. Is that Wade's brother? Says for the grift. Thank you. And Socrates. $5 says the defense argued that Tyler was that 1 in 30 quintillion chance that it wasn't his DNA. They're better off going with an insanity plea. Yeah. I mean, either insanity or saying he's being set up. Acropome, $5 says enhanced 600% mystery. Yes. And then for $1 says they're already doing the can't get over a guardrail defense. Yep. So let's go with more of what Barron's saying here. 3, the limping man switched legs that limped and bent the limping leg with ease every so often. We already went through that. 4, the man alleged to be Tyler Robinson arrived on campus at 8:30 a.m., walked to the quad, and met with the representative of Turning Point. Now, I did see this part, and it appeared to what they're suggesting. They're making it sound like, he talked to someone at Turning Point, like he was getting his marching orders. No, it appears as what they were saying is that he walked up, was like just a random person that was setting things up and said, what time's Charlie supposed to speak? Oh, yeah, he's coming on at like noon or something like that. But I don't understand what what is the point? Am I missing something here? He's just trying to say, he met with the Turning Point guy. Uh-huh. Yeah, he asked where and when Charlie would be. What? Makes sense. Somehow this is a gotcha, though. He talked to someone at Turning Point. Okay. It's not like he was having coffee with Erica Kirk. 5, the officer who responded to the Luce Center, or Los Center, had his body-worn camera stop working when he arrived at the roof. That's not good, of course. Shit happens, though. I guess you could believe one of 3 things. 1, that it legitimately just ran out of a charge when he got there. 2nd, that the officer is involved in the intentional cover-up of the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the setting up of Tyler Robinson, and everything that he says he saw on that roof was a lie. Guess you could believe that. Or third, some sort of combination thereof? What do you think's more likely? Seven, officers have no identifying information for the person on the roof, including an inability to identify his height, face, or clothing. I mean, if they're only looking at the video footage we saw, that's not surprising. But they have other video of the person entering that section. It also takes out of account a lot of the evidence we haven't got to yet, such as his supposed admission, the DNA that was there, etc. If I see a dude on camera that vaguely matches the profile, and then their DNA's on the roof, then I can make a circumstantial case that that dude that I just saw walking onto the roof is probably the guy whose DNA we found. 8, officers can only state the guy on the roof was carrying a long item and cannot state that it's a gun. Okay? Again, it seems as what Baron Coleman's saying here is, unless they could prove that there's a high definition image of that it's clearly Tyler Robinson and clearly a gun, well then, it must not be. Why is Lance allowed to disappear? Because he turned state's evidence? Maybe the state's afraid that someone will fucking assassinate Lance Twiggs because they think he's involved in some conspiracy to help Mossad take over the country and kill Charlie Kirk and damage Candace Owens? I don't know. My guess is Lance Twiggs is a sack of shit who's probably aware that Tyler Robinson was becoming more radicalized, but didn't think he would ultimately go through with killing someone, or he did and then panicked once it happened and realized that the fucking government was finding out it was them. And so he was like, yeah, dude, I'll cooperate, whatever you want me to do. I didn't pull the trigger. I didn't think he was serious, but I'll give you the evidence it was him. Yeah, that shit happens. You know how many times there's like fucking gang murders? That there was some dude that was involved but cooperates and gets off scot-free because he provides the evidence necessary to lock up the other people? I just don't... The thing that blows my mind is I don't even know what their best argument is here. Now, we'll see as the week goes on if they enter more evidence. That person said over and over yesterday, there was no confession. There was no confession. Here's 0 hour. Yes, Tyler Robinson confessed to his father that he killed Charlie Kirk. It's 2026 and people have been so brainwashed they forgot key facts and blow them up. Like thousands of Americans captivated in the manhunt of the shooter who killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk, a Utah father has seen the photos and video footage of the suspect. The man in the image, dressed in a black t-shirt plastered with an eagle and American flag, could be seen jumping off the roof of the Utah University building after the shooting and running into a wooded area. His face was partially concealed by a pair of dark sunglasses and a ball cap. But the father recognized the man. Tyler, is this you? It looks like you, he asked his son, according to law enforcement. His son, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, confessed to his father that he had shot Kirk. I'd rather kill myself than turn myself in, Robinson responded when his father urged him to turn himself into authorities, sources said. Father persuaded Robinson to confide in a youth pastor who works with the Washington County Sheriff's Office and U.S. Marshal Service. Family friend ultimately contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office over 3 hours away from the shooting. The office relayed the tip to the Utah County and the FBI. Now, supposedly, Tyler Robinson turned himself in, which was something I believe we were told didn't happen. I can still read fast if I want. 1 second. I'm looking something up here. Now, what they're claiming is, what Baron Coleman and Candace Owens are saying is, Discord messages were basically Tyler Robinson's basically discussing his guilt were after he was already in police custody. Here's Baron Coleman.
It's just a nonsensical position, guys. It doesn't make sense. Logically, it doesn't make sense. Rationally, it doesn't make sense. And it's vitally important to the case for two reasons. Reason number one, it exposes a multi-agency cover-up that involves the FBI, the Utah State Bureau of Investigation, the sheriff in Utah County up in Orem and Provo, the sheriff in Washington County, who multiple times has gone on the record saying he did not arrive, whoever is the records custodian in Washington County who fiddled around with the tapes and wouldn't give them over to News 2. Like, you're talking about a multi-agency cover-up, potentially the prosecutors, if they try to go forward with this nonsense. That's a bad deal. So that's number one, a multi-agency cover-up. It's a big deal. Number two, it exposes the Fed sloppers. It shows you they're dishonest actors, that they can look at the totality of the body of the evidence and say, yeah, but the only interpretation that supports my position is that Tyler Robinson, 20 hours after leaving his parents, 20 hours after being without a cell phone, 20 hours after not knowing what his parents were doing, 20 hours after not knowing if his parents got in touch with an attorney, 20 hours later is still thinking, well, I think my parents are trying to get in touch with them, but somehow I've divined. You know, in the jail, we have these, the steel toilets, right? Steel toilets just out in the middle of the room. I use it like a crystal ball. I know my parents haven't gotten in touch with Doug Terry yet. I've been looking into the toilet water. I was in there dropping tea leaves into the toilet water and reading the tea leaves. I know for a fact they have not gotten in touch with Doug Terry yet. But Tyler, you haven't talked to them in 20 hours. You haven't talked to them all day Friday. Maybe Doug Terry's sitting out in the waiting room. Well, I looked at the toilet. I saw the floater in there, and I saw the way it was spinning, and that told me that Doug Terry had not yet been contacted, and his office was closed for the night. He's probably one of those lawyers that does the rare Saturday morning office openings, I guess. I don't know. It's a Fed slop problem. And this is a huge part of this case is you have lying sacks of bull butter on the other side. I don't want to name them by name, but you know who they all are. And they sit on the other side, and they come through on their little white knights, on their little midget horses, and they do everything they can to support the Fed slop narrative because they know deep down the Fed slop narrative is falling apart. It's absolutely crumbling. It's dying every single day. Can you be Mirandized more than once? Sure. But if you were Mirandized a second time, would you say all that? If that was the second time you were Mirandized, would you be like, I would like an attorney named Doug Terry from around here. I think my parents are trying to get in touch with him. No, you'd say, I still am not going to answer your question.
Okay. So the crux of what he's saying there, I just wanted to play the whole thing, was official documentation shows that the sheriff Mirandized Tyler Robinson around 6:25. Then later there are Discord messages from like around 8 or 9 p.m. that are implicating Tyler Robinson that he supposedly wrote. And then the official narrative is he turned himself in with his dad and others at around 10 p.m. So the official timeline would make sense. He made these Discord messages and then turned himself in. What Barron's saying is, but he was Mirandized at 6:30, around there. which means they had him in custody at 6:30, which means he could have never made these Discord messages. So actually, the entire narrative that he was turned in at 10 o'clock was a lie. Now, this would mean that the police that took him into custody are lying. The father is not speaking out against the lie to protect his son for some reason. So he's involved in the lie. The family friend police officer that was connected to the sheriff's department, he's involved in the cover-up. Multiple agencies are involved in the cover-up. And random Fed sloppers, I guess I would be considered one of them tangentially, know that this is a lie. So that's the argument. He was actually in custody at 6:30, and then the feds must have intentionally got into Tyler's account, or someone got into Tyler's account, and then made incriminating messages on Tyler's Discord, which he would have been incapable of making because he was already in custody. Then they made these incriminating messages and then realized they had to push the timeline back, so they said, oh, he was actually not in custody until 10 o'clock. Now, what are some possible explanations for this? One, that while they were in conversations with Tyler Robinson over the phone before he turned himself in, that he was read Miranda rights over the phone or something like that. Possible. Second, the sheriff that wrote down the time was mistaken, that it wasn't 6:25, or that wherever this reporting's coming from, that it was 6:25, is mistaken. Third, that somehow that somehow Robinson still, maybe he had been in communications, been at the police department, didn't officially turn himself in, and still had access to a computer or cell phone where he could get on Discord. Maybe. Fourth, maybe someone like Lance Twiggs signed into Tyler's account and is trying to present evidence. But Barron's argument is that's not true. Thank you, Lazarus, for the $5. He says that's not true because the official narrative is he was taken into custody at 10 p.m., but that's not true. He was already in custody at 6:30. So 2 hours before 10 p.m. would be 8 p.m., but Barron knows that actually Tyler was in custody at 6:30. So it's impossible. Jefferson, $2 says lies versus truth. It's like cheap drones versus missiles. I get it. Right. This is what I'm saying. This is a possible narrative. Tyler surrendered. So maybe he gets there at like 6:30. They're talking. They read him his rights, but he's still technically not under arrest. So he's sitting there with his dad, or he's back at a hotel or something. And then finally, he still has access to a phone or a computer. And then finally, the investigators get there and he says, okay, I'd like to officially turn myself in. That's when he does it. So maybe he was talking to police, but hadn't officially turned himself in. Here's Robert Barnes. He makes this point. He says, this is false. Robinson didn't turn himself in until after 10 p.m. on September 11th. And then, of course, you see he was Mirandized at 6:25. Unless you believe they waited 24 hours to Mirandize him after the most significant political section. So that's another explanation. This could be 6:25 the following day. I'm going to read you your rights. He says, I'd like to speak to my counsel. Okay. So they're saying 6/25. That's on the day of, what is it, September 10th or whatever. Now, I've heard people say, well, there's a good chance that this is actually, that they don't write AM, PM. The police write, so this could have been 6:25 AM and they just accidentally wrote PM. On September 11th. Rest date they have 10 p.m. Not only, like, some policers are saying, well, they don't have footage of the police department. Maybe true. Okay. But I just want to be clear. In order for this theory to add up, Tyler Robinson's dad has to be in on it, right? Correct? The family friend that they contacted to turn him in and Tyler's dad, they have to be involved in setting up Tyler Robinson. Correct? Because otherwise they would be able to come out and say, wait a minute, that's absurd. We turned him in at 6:30 or at 6 o'clock, so he couldn't have wrote these Discord messages. Right? It would be easy. Dad would be out there like, this is absurd. Just to be clear, I suppose if you believe that Israel's involved and the FBI's involved and Trump's involved and Erica Kirk's involved, you might as well add on Tyler Robinson's own father. But can anyone see how his father wouldn't be involved? Clearly, if he turned himself in with his father and a family friend, they would be well aware that they turned him in hours before this alleged messaging went on, right? Am I missing something? I don't think his dad is a sheriff. What I'm reading is both his mother and father and a family friend who was a retired deputy sheriff were with him when he turned himself in. So the father's lying, the mother's lying, and the family friend's lying. They're all three lying. They're well aware that he turned himself in at like 6 p.m., was Mirandized, was in custody, and then someone got onto his Discord and made incriminating messages, which they know wasn't their son, but they're not speaking up. What does it matter if none of it's on video? Let's assume that none of it's on video. So that proves, so just to be clear, pleasers, your argument is it's not on video, therefore that means mom, dad, sheriff, FBI, entire police department, they're all lying. If there's no video, it proves mom and dad are lying. Just want to be clear, pleaser. That's your claim. Right? Because otherwise, two things could be true at the same time. There is no video, and he was turned in. They lost the video, to be clear. Okay? Cool. So, I just want to be clear. If they lost the video, that means mom and dad are lying, right? Don't tell me to chill. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. Start your own channel that people will listen to and talk how you want. Fuck off. I'm talking in the manner I want. I've known Bleezers for a long time. I don't think he has a problem with how I'm talking. You little fucking whiny bitch. If you can't handle how men talk, maybe go find a fucking transsexual or a woman's channel that you can fucking commiserate in your little fucking bubble with. Just believe everything the feds say. Well, my mistake. Bleezers is a dumbass too? Yes. So I just went through this. I asked something specifically. Okay, if your argument is the camera's shut off, does that mean the parents are lying? You believe FedSlop. How is that responsive to what I'm saying? Bleezers, you used to question violent left-wingers, and now you're on their side, you fucking commie. See? What good does that get us? I asked you a specific question. They found the box and the gun that came in. I would like you to answer the specific question I asked. You're clearly saying he must have been in custody at 6:30. That means that mom and dad are lying, right? They're lying and allowing their son to go to prison for something that they know he didn't do. They have the proof. They'd be able to say, we fucking have the proof. My guess is they have cell phones. And they would be able to say, do GPS tracking on our cell phone. You'll see that we were with our son at the police department at 6 o'clock. Easy peasy, right? Why haven't they done that? Oh, all of a sudden, you're asking a very specific pointed question. I don't know if it means that, but a lot of things are quite suspicious. You just said that I used to question things in FedSlop, blah, blah, blah. I'm asking you a question. You don't know the answer, so you go to, well, geez, Rob, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in you. Why wouldn't Tyler Robinson's family give the phones to the defense? And most of the shit has been given to the defense. What do you mean I didn't accuse you of, oh, you used to question things. That was you, big man. That's you accusing me. I'm just asking a specific question. There are two competing theories right now. I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, okay, if the Baron Coleman theory is true, well, then who would have to be involved? Mom and dad would have to be involved, right? And you're like, wow, you used to question things, Rob. What am I doing? I'm only allowed to question the Fed story? I can't question the alternative? You tell us it's your theory, and we want video evidence of them giving over the phone. Sure. I want video evidence of Mossad and Erica Kirk being involved. Got any? Okay, go fuck yourself then. Who says I can't be in the middle? Be in the middle. I don't give a shit. Part of being in the middle is saying, okay, if this side's theory is true, here's all the things that would entail. If this side's theory is true, here's all the things that would entail. That's what I'm doing. It's not my fault that the evidence is better that Tyler Robinson did it. I yelled at you for tone policing like a bitch. That's why I yelled at you. I'll say, if Tyler Robinson did it, what are the facts that we have and what are the problems with it? Well, the facts are, the official story is he admitted it to his father. He had Discord messages suggesting it. Seems that he was a left-winger that was becoming more radically left. The images we see of the suspicious person does match up that it easily could be Tyler Robinson. His devices with his DNA were found at the crime scene. All that adds up. What are the problems with that theory? Okay, we went through some of them. One, he was never there. It looks like he could have been there. His car was there. Second, but A woman said that she thought a bald man with 3 people in the car were there. Okay. That woman could be mistaken or that could be accurate. There's a potential problem. The one officer's camera went off. And apparently, we're being told at the sheriff's department, there where he turned himself in, there weren't cameras. Okay, those are problems that you could say, all right, that could be a little suspicious. The bullet didn't act like some people would expect. Okay, there's a problem. Fine, we're talking about. Anything else? The timestamp says he was Mirandized at 6:30. All right. Now, the other side. Okay. For their theory to be true, as we just heard Baron Coleman, the FBI has to be involved. The police department has to be involved. The medical examiners have to be involved. People at Turning Point USA have to be involved. It appears as if Tyler Robinson's own family has to be involved. They made the bizarre choice to execute him in public, to plant a device, in this case, a gun, a 30-06, that people like Baron Coleman would instantly recognize as being incapable of performing that shot, of having a patsy that sort of looked possibly like Tyler Robinson walk around with a fake limp to set up the story that he possibly had a gun, then get on a roof, then run at the exact same time of the killing. They thought that through, but not enough to just have a caliber of rifle that would be believable to someone like Candace Owens and Baron Coleman. They decided to use an exploding microphone where hundreds of people would have had video that could have possibly seen the microphone exploding, thereby exposing all of these groups, the FBI, the police department, the medical examiners, possibly Mossad, Tyler Robinson. They all risked it in this risky public execution. Give us the evidence. Sorry, the truth hurt. There you go. Yeah, that's what happened, he says. Where's your proof? Trust me, bro. You used to question things, Rob. Why don't you question that narrative, pleasers? Just curious. Why don't you question it? Why do you just accept it? I'm just curious. Why you're like, yeah, that's it. Oh, the Mormon Mafia. I don't know. Neither here nor there now. I think a reasonable person would say, yeah, of course we could question official narratives. Why not? But when the questioning is literally the best thing that's ever happened to the left, that stopped any momentum that the right had after the death of Charlie Kirk, and it's a huge boon. And it's like, okay, fine, I'm willing to hear it. What's the evidence? I've done it plenty of times on the show. Well, Egyptian planes. Okay. What about them? Wow. They flew through Israel. Okay. And they were over Erica Kirk. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. But what's the theory here? Well, we don't know, but what am I supposed to do with this shit? Meanwhile, nothing's going to change. Nothing. The people that believe that Tyler Robinson didn't do it or Mossad did it or whatever, there is no evidence that will ever be able to be presented. Period. They're too invested. Candace Owens has made millions of dollars. Baron Coleman's on the map, made a ton of money. The people that believe this are always going to believe it. There'll never be any amount of evidence. If Tyler Robinson comes out tomorrow and it's like, you know what, I'm going to plead guilty, they'll say, Mossad got to him. They must have threatened him and his family. If they have another team look at the ballistics and say, you know what, we can match it specifically to this gun, they'll say, bullshit, it's a lie. If they provide video evidence from the police department showing that he turned himself in at 10:30, they'll say, they faked that, AI, or they messed with the timestamps. If we have someone with better footage that says, hey, I was that tall girl that you saw there, and here's my camera phone. I actually had my camera up. And here you can see, and this clearly identifies that it was Tyler Robinson. They'll say, bullshit, she's involved. See? The Russian dossier was real too, right? No, and I can point to reasons why. What are your reasons why the feds are wrong here? First off, the majority of it's not the feds, it's the Utah police. All right, you know what? You're right. Never seen Rob. I'm usually Mr. Cool. I haven't seen Rob act like this. Well, maybe I haven't had the caliber of dumb fucking pussies like you on the chat. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I just don't like feminine fucking pussies that tone police. Maybe that's why you're seeing a little edge. Secondly, you must not be a very fucking long-time viewer. So let me get this straight. Here's Bleezer's position. The FBI forged a dossier, helped that to take down Donald Trump. But now the FBI is involved in Donald Trump planning the assassin or helping out with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Can you explain it, Bleezers? Go ahead. Explain. Go ahead. So the FBI remarkably changed to helping set up to destroy Donald Trump to now helping Trump destroy Charlie Kirk in Turning Point USA. Can you explain it? And because they lied about that, then that means whatever they say is the guy. If the feds come out tomorrow and say, actually, it was Israel, then Bleezers would say, clearly it's not Israel. Now it must have been Tyler Robinson. Because the feds, why would you believe the feds slop? Right, Bleezers? That's what you would do. If they come out tomorrow and say it was Israel, you would say, I don't believe that for a minute. Nope, couldn't be. Could not be. That's fed slop. Whatever the feds say is wrong. Period. Even though the feds aren't really the ones that are running this. Yep, they lied about Whitmer. They hated Trump. They hated conservatives. Yep, but now they're protecting the killing of conservatives. Yep. Bleezer, yes or no? If the feds come out tomorrow and say it was Israel, will you believe them? Yes or no? Or would you say that's bullshit? If the feds come out tomorrow and say it definitively is not Tyler Robinson, the Utah police are fucking up, would you say it must be Tyler Robinson? Just asking. Because they always lie. That won't happen. But what if it did, Bleezer? What would you say? Or you don't understand hypotheticals. Do we have to do the breakfast question with you? You used to question things, Bleezers. What happened? Can't even fathom that. Can't fathom it. There you go. He couldn't fathom what it would be like if he didn't have breakfast. So what are you putting Bleezer's IQ at? 70? Mm-hmm. There you go. There's the person criticizing me. There he is. There's the genius. Oh, then they wouldn't be lying anymore. Well, sorry you got the other side of me. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Fuck yourself. See ya. Go tone police some fucking lefty. The whole job's to cover things up and plan terror attacks. So just to be clear, it would be impossible. The feds say The feds arrested Antifa members for shooting an ICE agent in Dallas. Do you believe that, Fed slop? The feds are now going after Antifa saying they're a terror organization. You don't believe that, Fed slop, right, Bleezers? That's Fed slop. Lefties don't do that, right? Fed slop, right, Bleezers? You don't believe them, right? You don't believe those Antifa people that were charged did anything? That's all bullshit, right? The feds made it up, right? Let's just clear it up. After all, that was the feds that charged them, right? Antifa, now that they're saying Antifa's a terror organization, that's bullshit. That's the feds making it up, right? Why didn't you just answer? That's not an answer. Are you telling me that you think the feds made up Antifa people attacking ICE in Dallas that they arrested them for? Just give us an answer. Or are you allowed to pick and choose? Oh, they have internal civil wars. Oh, you see, so here's Bleezer's position. When the feds do something that Bleezers agrees with, then it's good. It's not Fed slop to agree with them there. When the feds say something that Bleezers doesn't agree with, then obviously we can't believe it because the feds always lie. So it's up to Bleezers only to determine whether or not the feds are telling the truth. And when we look at, okay, what's the alternate theory to, not the feds' theory, but the police in Utah's theory, to Tyler Robinson being the murderer, he doesn't have any answers. He's just like, yep, all these people were involved. Tyler Robinson's mother, Tyler Robinson's father, the doctors, the police that were there locally, the campus people, Turning Point, the Trump administration, the FBI, Mossad. Anyone else? Sorry, Bleezers. Long-time supporter, but go fuck yourself. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick, and we'll come back, but I don't have the time. Like, I try to, like, I'm just asking questions. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, Bleezers, if that's the theory, then the parents would have to be involved. Why are you into Fed slop? But as soon as it's Fed slop, Bleezers agrees with, he'd be like, why are you calling that Fed slop? I took Turning Point's money. I did. I was paid to go and train debaters. Charlie Kirk's assassination, other than me bringing up one time as to how violent the left is, never came up. No one paid you, Bleezers? Well, that's surprising. You seem so talented. That's interesting. Was I saying that it was bullshit and that lefties killed him before Turning Point ever paid me? Yes, I was. Was I questioning the Egyptian airplane and shit long before Turning Point ever gave me a dime? Yes! I'm talking about the fucking news of the day, you piece of shit. How much money did Act Blue pay you, motherfucker? How much? Tell us, Bleezers. Show us your fucking bank account. I've admitted Turning Point paid me. Now I want to see your fucking bank account to see who's paying you. Let's see it, big man. How much did Act Blue pay you, motherfucker? How much are you being paid to take down conservatives in this country? How much? Don't fucking hide behind anonymity. I'm out there. I'm being honest about who I am, so you do the same. Let's see your fucking bank account, fuckface. Let's see it. There you go. Some anonymous piece of shit right here getting paid by Act Blue. I'm not getting mad over questions. I'm getting mad over accusations that I'm just repeating shit and defending Turning Point USA because they paid me. You can't even be honest about what you're doing, you fucking cock. Hey, Bleezers. Fuck you, bitch. Bleezers was always a fucking on above top secret. This motherfucker hid behind a little bunny avatar. Never had fuck all to say but to hang on the coattails of people that were actually doing things. to pretend like he was doing something. One of these people that wanted like a parasocial relationship, hoping that someone said something that he could piggytail off to make sure that he seemed like he was a cool and hip and in the know guy. But he was always a fuckface that never brought anything to the table. Now he could be a fuckface that go watches a different channel. See you, buddy. Hop on out of here, you little buddy fucking loser. All right, go to the restroom. We'll come back and read super chats. Isn't that nice? Nice fucking take these people to task from the here and now. I'll be right back. Fun to get rid of the garbage from time to time. No, Blazers was... Macron really killed Charlie Kirk. I can't do the yelling in Brianna's voice that long. Mangozi, $10 over on Rumble. Thank you so much. Says, God bless you, Rob. Thank you. I appreciate it. Really do. Caleb, $2 says, thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Jefferson, $2 says, finding people in the middle is jury selection. Yeah. Steele, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Truth Revolt TV, $5 says, obviously these storks are new because, as always, Anger Rob's our favorite Rob. Blazers would have known that. The other guy, I don't know. Jefferson, $2 says, I get tax refunds. Must mean I'm a Fed. Yep. Chop, $5 says, I remember when you priced whips cheap. What happened to you, man? Kiss the wall, right? Intel Wild, $5 says, get him, Rob. Thank you. There are people that are so contrarian for the sake of it that all you have to do, it's predictable. All you got to do is dangle something out. Actually, that's a conspiracy. Feds are involved with that. Oh, okay. Let's vote for the conservative movement. Actually, that's what the feds want you to do. Oh, okay, then I'll vote left wing. I'm cool. Bigster, $10 says Rob stomped on someone's fallacy. Now, the first guy there, all I was doing was saying, look, if this theory is correct, wouldn't that mean that mom and dad have to be involved? Why are you acting like this, Rob? I will admit, I'm easy to trigger sometimes like that. Have you ever had this happen in life? Like, I've had this happen once or twice in real life. Well, you'll be like, hey, what's up? And someone's like, what's wrong? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Why, what's up? I don't know, you're just acting weird. You all right? I'm fine. Are you sure? Because you're acting weird. Yeah, man, I'm fine. Okay, because it seems like something's off. I'm fine. I don't know what to tell you. Whoa, you raised your voice there a little. Are you sure everything's okay? Yeah, I'm fucking fine. Whoa, it doesn't sound like you're fine. Yeah, okay, fuck you. My show, go fuck yourself. And then Blazer, all I'm asking is like, hey, okay, so does that mean you would have to believe that the parents were involved? Why are you shoveling this Fed slop, Rob? How's that Fed slop? What's Fed slop about that? Here's your theory. You have every right to be like, here's the government's theory. I want to poke holes in it. And I'm like, okay, let's do the other side. Here's your theory. Let's see what that would mean. Oh, that's Fed slop. Only we're allowed to question theories. You can't question our theory, or that's Fed slop. That's the sign of someone who knows that they can't defend their position. I'm just asking questions. B. Scott, $2 says that kick was good. Thank you. Bass drop. I appreciate it. Thank you, V. Scott. I called out this bullshit before I went and helped Turning Point with debate stuff. I called out, I didn't talk about it every day afterwards. I didn't talk about it while I was down at Turning Point. I even said, don't really feel like talking about it much. What was the news today to talk about? We talked about McConnell. We talked about Graham Plattner. We talked about housing prices. What was the big news? Anyone? Well, it was everybody commenting on the Tyler Robinson trial. So that's what I talked about. Oh, because Turning Point paid you. Yeah, that's it. T. Jenks, $10, man. Says, that's why I'm so over the conspiracy theoreticians. They're just always in the know, always on the cutting edge, and never admit when they're wrong. I wish they didn't claim to be conservatives. Well, yeah, I talked about the midterms. Am I getting paid? I did. I saw Misfit Patriot did a demonstration of being able to bend his knee while he had a rifle in one of his jeans. The Seth Rich stuff I had a chance to vet. And what I saw was, this is what I saw about it. I saw Seth Rich's, one of the attorneys saying that they were going to release files and claiming that Kosh Patel and them claimed they were going to get them to him because they found them in these burn bags. But I haven't seen anywhere what they said. One person sent me something, and it seemed from a site that I couldn't confirm was actually from these documents. It claimed that there was a document saying Bob Mueller arranged the hit on Seth Rich. But I just don't know. And I don't like to say specific salacious things like that unless I have a little more verification. But here it is. We think Mueller arranged the hit on Seth Rich. Who knows Hitman better than Mueller? Who wrote, like, this is all I get. I don't know who is the sender, who is it from. I just don't know. That's it. That's all I've seen about it. So it's hard for me to, I don't put much stock in that. That could just be two randos emailing back and forth that aren't in the feds. I don't know. Birdie the dog, $5 says the New York City building is falling down. Looks like communism taking effect. Oh. And then Jefferson, $2 says just asking questions, a form of vague posting. Intel Wild, $10 says not a conspiracy guy, but why did they pave over everything so soon? After I keep hearing the caliber bullet from the rifle would have exploded its neck. Everything else lines up for me. So we talked about the ballistics a lot. I've seen people like doing drawings and demonstrations of what happened. I know this. Ballistics are very weird. I've personally seen a 30-06 not go through a deer and not have an exit wound at a much shorter distance, like 75 yards. So there's no guaranteed. As far as paving over, I don't know what people expect to happen in a crime scene. This wasn't like at a private home. This is in a public campus. What is the theory here? That I don't even understand this. To me, it would totally make sense. The feds come through. They're like, I watched like the first 48. I see this happen all the time. Feds come through. They clean up they get everything from the crime scene. They take all the photos and shit. Usually lasts like 12 hours. Okay, wrap it up. They leave the crime scene. Let people go back. Am I surprised that on a public campus, after the police said we got all the evidence we need, that public campus decided to clean up blood and it was all tore up and like, let's just pave it over so it doesn't look... No, I'm not surprised at all, I guess. I don't see what's suspicious at all. What's the... I guess the implication is what? Maybe there was exploded microfilm parts there that would have proved that some passerby a week later, if they wouldn't have paid over to the crime scene, would have said, look at that. That's suspicious. I don't know. Yeah, that's right, old Joe. There's a variety of bullet types in that caliber. Yep. I just, for me, it's like, I don't know. Then they were like, the SUV that they took Charlie Kirk to the hospital in, they detailed it and then sold it. I mean, if my wife was shot and I drove her to the hospital in our car and she passed away, I'd probably get rid of the car. After the police did what they needed to for the investigation, I probably wouldn't want to drive around in the same car that my spouse just died in, or my friend. So for me, that to me, it's just like, there are things like that. Like, that falls into the category of things that you're like, well, why did they sell the car? Why did they pave over it? Why was Erica Kirk smiling 3 days later? Why did they do this WWE type memorial? Like, I don't know, cause it proves nothing. Why did they eat bologna sandwiches for lunch the next day? I don't know. I don't see the connection. Like, if it was a murder on the streets of Detroit, and I found out 3 days later the property where there was a murder re-landscaped, I wouldn't bat an eye. I would be like, okay. I would assume the police were like, okay, it's no longer a crime scene. We got everything we needed. And the owners of the place would say, cool, we're going to clean this up. I wouldn't question it. So I don't know why I would question it here. I mean, I guess if your theory is that this is a big Fed cover-up, that this would be something that would be helpful. But why wait 3 days? Why not just pave it the first day then? I don't know. I don't know what to say. To me, I don't know that it's out of the ordinary. I like bologna sandwiches, to be honest, with a little Miracle Whip. How about that? Oh, you're doing the home. Small black shards scattered in the vehicle. I don't know. Did someone drop a glass? Miracle Whips, yeah. I'm in a weird family. My wife's a big fan of mayonnaise. Well, not a big fan. But if my wife's going to use a condiment like that, it's mayonnaise. She can't stand Miracle Whip. But then her stepdad at his place doesn't like mayonnaise. It's only Miracle Whip. I like both, depending on, for me, mayonnaise is better like on a burger. But with lunch meat, normally I prefer Miracle Whip. So if I'm having like a ham sandwich, bologna sandwich, a turkey sandwich with like cold lunch meat, I prefer the Miracle Whip. But anything hot, usually I prefer mayonnaise. And in the town, I remember taking my wife out for Valentine's Day to the town I grew up in, and they had a little restaurant there, and she wanted like a Philly cheesesteak with mayonnaise, and it came out and it was Miracle Whip. And I told her, in my town, in that town, that's how that restaurant is. Mayonnaise is Miracle Whip. If you want mayonnaise, you have to call it real mayo. If you just say, I would like a steak sandwich with mayonnaise, you're going to get Miracle Whip. It's weird. And I'm being called... Now my sexuality is being questioned because I've admitted to liking Miracle Whip. Anyways, so the point, one of the things you saw here today that I think is worth talking about to wrap up, the people that will be incredibly hostile and blame Charlie Kirk's family, his wife, his friends for his death, covering it up or participating into it, if you just ask questions like, well, does this mean, if your theory is correct, does that mean that Tyler Robinson's mom and dad's involved? All of a sudden they get very defensive. How dare you? That's Fed slop. Why are you being like this? I know this, that what they're doing is the biggest gift to the left possible at this time. I don't think the Tyler Robinson thing is necessarily the most important issue politically going forward as we get closer to the midterms. That's going to be where the focus needs to be. But I am focused on anyone that's seeking to divide the right and harm their chances in the midterms. That's why I spent so much time on Nick Fuentes. When it came out and it was in the public ether day after day that Nick Fuentes was telling people to vote Democrat, what was I focused on? We're at the Tyler Robinson trial. What am I focused on? I think everyone should have the right to question whatever they want. That's fine. But I should have the right to question your questioning, particularly when it's doing measurable harm to the right wing. And for people to be like, no, you can't do that. We don't like your tone. You can. How dare you ask me questions? That's Fed slop. It's just bullshit. Again, it's not, these are just random little people here. You know, no, don't get me wrong. I like my audience. But I just saw Ian Carroll do this. That list I went through with Baron Coleman. Here's Gary Melton is the name of the guy. Here he goes through the list. Remember, Barron said, all right, let's bring this up so we can go back and forth. I already went through this, but here's this guy going through it. So number one, 89 to 95% of the DNA and screwdriver and towel came from Lance Twiggs. This Gary guy says, number one is a total lie, but I expect nothing less from Podslopper, Baron, Conman, Coleman. Towel was 95% Tyler Robinson. Screwdriver, 89% Tyler Robinson. So number one, total lie. Number two, Baron says, the woman who provided the ring footage said the car was driven by a bald man with 3 passengers. Gary says, who cares? Eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable. Mountains of additional physical and circumstantial evidence prove otherwise. Baron number 3 says, the limping man switched the legs that limped and bent the limping leg with ease ever so often. Gary says, so what? Plenty of people, see Matt Kester videos, have shown you could partially bend your knee with the barrel action down the leg. Number 4, The man alleged to be Tyler Robinson arrived on campus at 8:30, walked to the quad, met a representative for Turning Point. Gary says, so, okay, and? Number 5, he says, okay, relevant how? Barron's claim was the officer responded, had the body cam stop working. Okay. Number 6, cool story. How's this exonerate Tyler Robinson? Number 6 was the officer responded to the roof, was accompanied by an unidentified man with a gun and a badge from an unidentified agency. Number 7, Barron says officers with no identifying information of the person on the Losi Center roof, including inability to identify his height, face, or clothing. Gary says they tracked the individual with matching clothing from entry to the shooting position. The same individual confessed 5 different ways. Barron's last point, he says officers can only state the guy on the roof was carrying a long item and can't say it was a gun. Gary says that black rigid towel was recovered in the woods with the rifle, DNA on the rifle, trigger, spent cartridge, and unspent cartridges. All Tyler Robinson. Good thing there's overwhelming physical evidence, DNA, circumstantial proof, and multiple admissions of guilt. We don't have to rely on a single item. Ian Carroll's response to all of this is, you see, bud, when you make posts this adversarial and objectively uncurious, dumb, it kind of gives it away that you're here to fulfill an agenda, not because you care or are curious about the truth. Kind of blowing your cover, Gary. Try to blend in a little more. And then, of course, the rest of the posts are going to be like, that's Fed slop. You see, Baron Coleman or Candace Owens or Ian Carroll can be as rude as they want to Netanyahu or Israel or Turning Point or Erica Kirk. But when you push back, it's like, whoa, what's up with the tone? That shows that you're uncurious. So we're not going to respond. That's it. Same shit they were doing with Andrew. Andrew's like, I'll debate you. Don't debate him. He's maybe being paid. He was paid by Turning Point. Oh, no, there's no reason. We'll only talk to Andrew Colvin. Beakster, $10 and Rumble says random little people, so we're just midgets. Is that the correct term? It's little people, thank you. All right. Well, that's the show for tonight. Look, at the end of the day, I hope that there's new stuff in the news cycle tomorrow to talk about. I thought about talking about the Trump accounts. I'm going to try to sign my son up for a Trump account tomorrow. So hopefully that works, and I'll be able to talk a little about it. But it's cool that they're trying to set something up that could compound interest, and then when your kid, by the time they're 18, has a nice little nest egg. I think that's neat. I'm speaking nows on Sundays. So we'll try to do that tomorrow. And then hopefully there's some other news stories, but the Tyler Robinson thing's still going to be there. So I guess for the people that are pissed off that I'm talking about the biggest story in the country, I don't know what to say. Can I address the controversy about Trump interfering in the World Cup? Wasn't it Ronaldo received a red card and then had it rescinded, or he would have missed 2 games in the World Cup? Or maybe it was Messier, one of them. Yeah, it looked like it shouldn't have been a red card. It was called a red card. And FIFA does what they do quite often, which is when a star player gets a red card, they review it. Just because Trump said, I don't like this red card, I don't think there's any evidence that FIFA capitulated to Trump. The United States lost anyways. I don't give a fuck, I guess is messy. Yeah. Because there was a red card called against a U.S. player that would have had to miss the next game. And Trump was like, that shouldn't be a red card. And then they were like, yeah, you know what? That's it. Bakester, $10 says Putin is astroturfed. Canada's going to fucking boo the United States no matter what. That's what they do. Enjoy Carney. Let's double check. Mm. FIFA used its disciplinary code, Chapter 4, Article 27, to suspend part of Ronaldo's suspension after he received a red card for violent conduct, elbowing Republic of Ireland's Dara O'Shea, a November 25 World Cup qualifier. He originally faced a 3-match ban. FIFA let him serve only 1 match and suspended the rest, so he didn't miss Portugal's early 2026 World Cup games. I didn't hear the outcry from Canada about that. Yeah, I will be in Dallas, yeah. German subs made the left mad, yeah. All right. So, end of the show. I have to play these stupid whip songs. I don't believe I owe any tonight. No. Chicken Rumble. No, I don't know any. Jefferson, $5 says, too many people have Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew delusions of grandeur. They should have maintained the scene because only I know what to look for. Yeah, I don't know. And then Jefferson, $2 says, soccer tourists in awe of the U.S. We still won. That's right. The U.S. is still great. Real butter is better than margarine. Absolutely true. Look, if we don't play a whip song tonight, I am perfectly fine with that. Aunt Jemima's now Pearl Milling, right? Pearl Milling Company. I love that trend. Let's remove all the black characters. That'll show them.
Don't you hate on the whip songs. Don't you do it.
Hate on the whip songs, yeah. See, Chip Boggs gets it. Wade's cousin. What do I know? I don't know nothing. I'm yelling at all the fucking people today. I'm like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And we'll unban everyone by the end of the night. Don't worry. What's going on here? Weird. There we go. It is fucking annoying, though. I thought you disagree with me on this one thing. You must be a Fed. Oh, I liked you for years, but now I think you're a Fed. You believe Fed slop. What changed? I don't get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's get rid of that. All right. What's up with that Finnish player? I know, I'm a Fed. It's true. So crates, off topic. Did you see O'Hearn had 10 RBIs? I did not. That's crazy. Nah, I was busy. Jefferson, what's up? $2 says we watched Rob whip Bleezer. Good enough. Well, Bleezer's back. And then Crisco, $20 says I watched you for years, Rob. Now you like Fed slop. What changed? Streams are like 20 minutes now, too. Fucking. I just don't get it. Like, it seems to me that it's fair game if we're going to say you could question official narratives, which you absolutely should be able to, no problem, that what the implication would mean. All-time Pirates record for RBIs. That's awesome. Like, imagine that the feds come out and they're like, you know, we looked into the death of Matthew Perry from Friends, you know, and it was an overdose and we arrested this drug dealer. And just automatically being like, that can't be. They must have killed Matthew Perry. That's the only explanation. It had to be them. And Putin and Netanyahu. It had to be them. And maybe Perry's family and friends. They did it. It had to be. I refuse to believe. And it's like, I don't know, at some point. Oh, look at it. We bring him back right up. So Mueller can still order hits on Seth, right? But they can never do this. I just talked about, I didn't think the evidence that I showed briefly proved that Bob Mueller ordered a hit on Seth Rich. I said I didn't believe that. Yes, it's entirely... I didn't say they couldn't do this. If the feds and Mossad and Tyler Robinson's parents and Tyler Robinson's family friends and a local police force and a college campus and the people that run it and the medical professionals, if they wanted to kill Tyler Robinson and lie about it, they could. They could pull it off. My question is, one, what are the chances that all of those groups, including Tyler Robinson's family, would want to do that, to set up Tyler Robinson? Seems very low. Second, if there are far better ways that they could accomplish this that would lead to them not actually being at risk of being caught, why wouldn't they do that? So when we're looking at two competing scenarios, we look at the holes in each of them. You're like, no, we can't. Is it possible that feds could want to kill Charlie Kirk? If so, they did it. Period. You can't look at it. You just have to say, if it's possible they could have, then it must be true they did. Let me ask you, Bleezers, do you think that the FBI couldn't have set up those Antifa members that they arrested in Dallas? You think they couldn't have? Why do you trust that Fed slop? Why do you? You accept that Fed slop. You're like, I accept that. That's good. That's Fed slop that I accept. When the feds tell me Antifa did this, I say, yes, Master Fed. I agree with you. And when I bring up that double standard, you're like, well, that's because there's internal fighting at the FBI. So therefore, you just get to pick and choose. If the feds do something you agree with, you say, must be good. And if someone came at you and said, how could you believe that? You're Fed slop, you'd be like, fuck you. It just makes sense. I looked at the evidence. It seemed to make more sense. But when I do this here, you're like, no, that's Fed slop. You can't do that. So you just pick and choose. You choose to believe the feds at their word whenever it suits you. How much did you look into the Antifa case in Dallas? Yes, I agree. It doesn't need to be 100%. Therefore, your accusation of me questioning the narrative of Tyler Robinson's family had to be involved with this, and your rejection to that being, that's Fed slop with no evidence whatsoever, would seem to imply the only way that would make sense is if the feds 100% done something. Don't tell people to shut the fuck up. Just like you're allowed to run your fucking gob, they're allowed to tell you to shut the fuck up because you're a stupid do-nothing fucking moron. Who do you think you are that you could tell people to shut up? You don't like it? Hey, everyone, tell Bleezers what a piece of shit anonymous fucking loser he is. I think they blackmailed. You're a fucking sack of shit. You're a sack of shit. They blackmailed everyone in the Antifa case in Dallas. They blackmailed everyone. It's the way they always do it. They blackmailed. Those people are innocent. Why are you buying that Fed slop about Antifa in Dallas? It's clearly blackmail. Clearly. Why do you believe it? I choose to. I choose to believe it. How much research have you done? You just accepted the Fed slop. Why? Why'd you do that? Oh, that's all you have to say? Okay, if you believe. Yes, I believe you're just parroting Fed slop. How disgusting. Why would you do that? Why would you just, the FBI says Antifa's guilty. You're like, yep, I don't have to look into it. I believe it. Anything with Tyler Robinson, no matter what, if it goes a different way, the Fed has infinite power, could blackmail everyone. I think the Fed's blackmailing you. I think the FBI hates Trump. Key people inside the FBI hate Trump. And so they're trying to intentionally divide the right with these conspiracies. I think the Feds are doing that. I think they got to you and they're blackmailing you. That's why you're doing this. We know they can. They can blackmail anyone. That's what I think happened. There you have it. Bleezers knows. He's actually a good guy. He knows that this is bullshit that Tyler Robinson did it. But key figures in the Fed want to continue to divide the right and heap shame on Trump and his FBI. So they blackmailed Bleezers. Prove they didn't, Bleezers. Prove it. We can't trust anything this dude says. He's been blackmailed by the Feds, allegedly. Allegedly, that's what happened. He's blackmailed. Prove you're not. Prove you're not blackmailed. Seems suspicious. All of a sudden, longtime viewer of mine, all of a sudden saying I'm peddling Fed slop when I'm doing my best to push back against the people that are dividing the right at this key midterm time. Seems suspicious. Sounds like something the same Feds that pushed Russiagate would do. And we already know they could blackmail anyone. Seems to prove you're not being blackmailed. He says, again, if it's okay to believe that lots of things in this case don't make sense, we know the Feds lie, then why time me out and yell? What you said that I'm saying what I'm saying because I'm paid by Turning Point USA. Why did you just tell people to shut the fuck up? Why'd you do that? Why are you using vulgar language like that? Why'd you do that? Sounds like Fed slop to me. Why are you using that language? The fact that you're implying me using harsh language means that I'm doing something untoward, well, we'll turn it to you. You told people that have a problem with you to mute you or shut the fuck up. Why are you doing that? Sounds like a guilty conscience. Sounds to me like you know that you've been blackmailed. That's what it sounds like. Prove that you're not been blackmailed. Why won't you do it? Why won't you prove that you haven't been blackmailed? See? Now he's going after, right-wing organizations. Now he's going after Andrew Wilson of the Crucible. Clearly, this is a Fed operation. Clearly. The same Feds that tried to take down Trump. Same ones. Clearly, they're blackmailing Bleezers. Prove that you're not being blackmailed. I want to see some sort of video that proves you're not being blackmailed by the FBI. Nothing's been proven yet by me or anyone else. Why would I trust you? You're being blackmailed. Prove that you're not being blackmailed. Prove it. Why won't you even address it? Now, does everyone see how he's running from it? He hasn't even said I'm not being blackmailed. That sounds suspicious. If someone accused me of something I wasn't doing, I'd say I didn't do it. But not Bleezers. He hasn't brought it up yet. See, he's still deflecting. Proof that the weapon someone owns means they used it to kill someone. See? See how he's deflecting? It's clearly what someone being blackmailed would say. Why won't he prove it? Simple, just prove it. Why won't he? He himself acknowledges the FBI could blackmail everyone. See? No problem. I'll just keep asking questions. That's all I'm doing. I'm asking questions. That's all Tyler Robinson's family's doing. They're just asking questions. Everybody's just asking questions. So who are you to claim anyone's Fed slopping? No, I agree. The Feds use blackmail. They got to you. What are you not understanding? Yes, totally agree. The Feds blackmail, and it must be that they blackmailed you. That's where are you getting so the Feds don't blackmail people? That's exactly what I'm saying. They do. Again, are you stupid? I'm saying yes, of course the Feds blackmail. They blackmailed you. That's what I'm saying. How fucking stupid could you be? I keep saying you've been blackmailed by the Feds. Oh, so you're saying the Feds can't blackmail? No, I'm saying they blackmailed you. Ha ha ha. So the Feds can't blackmail anyone. I'm saying they're blackmailing you. Whatever. Like the Feds can't blackmail someone. I'm not losing it. You're losing it. You see how he's crashing out? He still has yet to respond. He hasn't said one time the feds aren't blackmailing him. Isn't that odd? Now he's crashing out. Yeah, I'd like to see proof that you're not taking money from Act Blue as well. Prove what? What do I have to prove? You have to prove that you're not being blackmailed. That's the standard with Tyler Robinson's parents. You said they're clearly being blackmailed. You didn't offer proof. You just said that's what the FBI does. So I'm doing same thing to you. Now I have to prove it? Can you prove that you started with this? Can you prove that Tyler Robinson's family is being blackmailed by the feds? Can you prove it? I don't understand why he's so hostile. I don't understand what's that. We're just asking questions. I don't understand where the hostility is coming from. I think you need to call down. I said Tyler Robinson's family, so they're there for some reason. You said, yep, it's one word, blackmail. That's how it's always been done. Now you're saying, I didn't say that they definitely were. I just said when you said, so Tyler Robinson's family's in, I said, yep, blackmail, the same way they always did it. But I didn't say, yeah, definitely blackmail. I just said, yeah, blackmail. So that's not definitely. I didn't say definitely. So now, not only do you lack any sort of critical thinking, are you a tone policing asshole, are you accusing me of changing my position because I got paid, but now you just fucking lie about what you're saying. Could the feds pay you? Yes or no? Could the feds pay you off? Could the feds pay you off? Yes or no? Could the feds pay you off, Bleezer? You won't answer because you're a sack of shit. Hey, if the feds could pull off an assassination, could they blackmail and pay off some random... They could pay anyone off. Therefore, they have. Therefore, you've been paid off. There you go. There's the proof. Straight from Bleezer's mouth. He admits he could be paid off, so he was. There it is. That's why we don't trust anything you say. The feds clearly paid you off. Now, for anyone who's not... Your question is stupid. Now, for anyone that, just to see what Bleezers is doing, and this is what so many of the, it's good to have conspiracy morons like him in here, right? So this is what they do. They're like, well, the feds are very powerful, right? Couldn't they assassinate Charlie? I suppose they're powerful enough they could. There you are then. There's the proof. They theoretically could, so therefore they did. I'm just asking questions. But wait, if this particular point about he was turned in at 6 o'clock and then had messages at 9 o'clock on Discord, wouldn't his parents be able to prove that wasn't true quite simply? So why, if they don't, why wouldn't they? Well, if the feds could murder Charlie Kirk, they could blackmail his family. So there's no amount of evidence you could ever present at all. There's none. Here's footage of Tyler Robinson. If the feds could murder someone, couldn't the feds create footage? Couldn't the feds come up with fake witnesses? Couldn't they? Yeah, I guess they could. There you go. They could do that. They could do that. Couldn't the feds fake ballistics? Well, they could. There you go. So we can't trust them. Couldn't the feds fake Miranda rights and shit like that? Say they did. Well, there you go. That proves it. Couldn't the feds pay off Tyler Robinson's defense attorney to lose the case? Well, they could. There you go. They could. They could do it. So what I'm trying to do is say, like, okay, we start with the assumption, yeah, the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world could do a lot of things. Why would they? And why would they do it in a way that's likely to make them caught? Like, imagine this. The entire FBI of the United States is so ham-fisted that they've put out evidence that's so blatant that they murdered Charlie Kirk or covered it up that people like Bleezers could figure it out, and people like Ian Carroll, and people like Baron Coleman. Now, they could have killed Charlie in a million ways. They could have had a plane wreck, a car wreck. They could have poisoned him. They could have made it staged like a burglary so there wasn't video evidence. But they chose to do it in public with an exploding microphone, with the patsy whose parents they would then have to blackmail. That involved tons of agencies. That all it would take is, of the hundreds of people that have to be involved in this cover-up, it would only take one to come out and say, it was all bullshit. But they chose to do that. And what's the evidence? Well, Rob, couldn't they murder Charlie Kirk? I suppose they could. Well, there you go. That's the evidence. There you go. That's it. That's all the proof we need. Could the feds do this? Suppose. There you go. Then they did it. Now, I'm not interested in talking to Bleezers anymore. He can sit there and flap his gums. He's achieved what I need him to do here. But does anyone remotely believe that there's any amount of evidence ever that could ever be presented that Bleezers would accept, or people like him? Any? Is there anything that could ever be presented? If Tyler Robinson comes out tomorrow and says, I did it, here's the GoPro I was wearing, here's show me to do it, like, I fully confess, please take the death penalty. He would say, it's all made up, feds made it all up. Bullshit. He's working with other people. We know the feds. You don't think they could put pressure on him and make him say this? There's literally nothing. Nothing. There's nothing that could be done. 100 medical examiners could look and say, absolutely, it's 30-06. Absolutely, we see it was traced the ballistics directly to this gun. We just said, nope, made up. Couldn't the feds make that up? Couldn't they? Therefore, they did. There is not. There is literally no evidence possible. Meanwhile, he'll completely believe the FBI when it suits him. Yep, I believe they're right about Antifa assassinating. Violent lefty could shoot a nice officer, but not Charlie Kirk. Wouldn't do that. I mean, what is this? Erica Kirk is a suspect because she was 30 and already hit the wall. So therefore, we have to suspect. I mean, that's one of the dumber things I've ever heard. Then we would have to say any woman who's ever 30 that marries anyone and their spouse dies, we have to assume they're a suspect no matter what because they hit the wall. I don't know. Anyways. Bakester, $10 says poutine for brains. And he gives another 10 and says, my name is Dipshiticus, and I'm the moron of my own free will. And then another 10 says, I thought YouTube was smart. Well, not everyone. And then the incredible Wade Boggs says, $100. To those about to whip, we salute you. I do owe 2 whip songs. Totally true. I don't think Erica was fake crying. I don't think it's suspect. I think it's a woman that's grieving that's put in an impossible situation. Candace Owens benefited greatly. Candace Owens was laughing a day or two after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. She a suspect? And Gozy, $10 says, for your real Mayo fund. Thank you. That's true. All right. But I am glad that people like that came in so you could all see. And all this started because I was like, well, okay, let's assume that this is true. That the theory that Tyler Robinson turned himself in around 6 p.m. And then at 8 or 9 p.m., after he was in police custody, allegedly he's writing these Discord messages. If it's true, as has been reported, that Tyler Robinson's family showed up with him to turn himself in, then they would absolutely know that that's bullshit. They would absolutely know it. They would say, yes, we know he was in police custody at 6 o'clock. We absolutely know it. And they would probably have electronic devices like cell phones on them that you would be able to ping to towers. And so the defense would now be aware. Tyler Robinson's family would be like, look, this is bullshit. We brought him there at 6 o'clock. No, who knows? Maybe they'll do that. Could happen. The defense isn't obligated to give their defense right now. Could happen. They could come out and say, here we have the GPS devices to prove that Tyler Robinson was in custody, in police custody, and unable to obtain an electronic device, so he couldn't have made these Discord messages. Could happen. And if that does happen, people like policers will say, see? But if it doesn't, he'll say, well, it would have happened, but they were blackmailed. But that's how it started. I just said, well, wouldn't they know? Wouldn't the parents know? Why are you believing Fed slop? And this is a pattern I see with this over and over. If you're just like, wait a minute, Egyptian planes, like what? Explain to me what the theory is. Oh, so you buy the Fed slop? I just asked what your theory is. Here we go. Repeating Fed talking points. What? It just seems like it's the laziest thing ever. It's like, you just have to agree with us, and if you don't, well, then you're on the Fed's payroll. It's the only explanation. We can ask questions of whatever we want, and that's because we're searching for the truth. But if you question our theory, Fed slop, that's Fed slop. See, I showed earlier, the guy that said, how could it be? They don't have video of Tyler Robinson shooting, so how could you ever charge him? How could he be found guilty? Well, like the hundreds of thousands of other murder cases where we didn't have direct video of someone pulling the trigger that also found the person guilty, that's possible. Here we have Bleezer. The bullet hasn't been matched to the gun. Solve that for me. Many cases, there wasn't a direct ballistic match from the bullet to the gun. My understanding is the caliber of the bullet matched the gun, but the bullet itself had shattered and was so damaged that they were unable to have 100% conclusive that it came from that particular gun. And did it prove that it didn't? Did it say we can 100% conclusively concur that this bullet didn't come from that gun? No, they didn't do that. So yes, like the many of convictions and guilty verdicts that we've received in the past that didn't have direct ballistic evidence from a bullet to the gun, same could be done here. It'd be like saying, well, this case in like 1993, they found blood, but it wasn't conclusive that it was a direct DNA match to the guy that they ended up finding guilty. And then forensic technology advances 15 years later and they check and they're like, yep, it was that guy. Oh, but he couldn't have been found guilty at the time. Well, we had a bunch of other evidence, circumstantial, that showed he confessed. Mr. B, $20 says, the same way libs parrot CNN talking points like due process, fascism, and danger to democracy, these Candace conspiratards like Bleezer Parrot, there are things that don't add up, yet they never tell you what doesn't add up. They don't have a video. They don't have a video. That's what doesn't add up. Explain that. How could you ever find someone guilty if you don't have the video of them committing the crime? See? Maybe the newly hired star, greedy Andrew Wilson, can explain. How can you convict someone without having him on camera taking the shot? How could you convict if the bullet was too shattered to have 100% conclusive that it came from that gun? How could you possibly convict? It must be not guilty. Must be. So they can't match the gun, and his defense said they could prove he didn't write on any rounds at all. See, the trial hasn't even started. And yet you're saying anyone who tends to believe the Fed's case is believing in Fed slop. And yet you're just believing what the defense says. Why is that? Yeah, that's true. They could later... That's absolutely true. Totally agree that they could be doing tests that will confirm. It would be a story if the test came back and said there's no way it came from that gun. Like the caliber is wrong. Nope. Then you would have something. But just like, well, the bullet was shattered so much, we can't say if it did or did not come from that gun. There's nothing. No. I'm not mad you're asking about things. If you go back, all of this started because I was like, well, if that theory's true, then Tyler Robinson's family would have to be involved. And you said I was parroting Fed slop. That's how this all started. It wasn't me mad at you at all. In fact, I even said Bleezers is, that other guy was like, whoa, Rob, your tone. I was like, Bleezers is a longtime fan. He's a man. He can handle it. We're just talking. That's what I was saying, till you started saying I was parroting Fed slop and I was paid by Turning Point USA. What was the term you used? I was parroting. You said, I think this is almost verbatim. You used to question things. I don't know what happened. Implying that I'm now just accepting official narratives without questioning. Yeah, they didn't contest that they said it was a 30 caliber. Here's another question I have. Why would, if they're already lying, right? Because their story is it wasn't a 30 caliber, right, V. Scott? They're saying it couldn't have came from a 30-06. It couldn't have been a 30 caliber. It would have had an exit wound. So the medical examiners and the ballistic people, in their mind, are lying when they say it was a 30 caliber. So why wouldn't they just say, and we're also going to lie and say it came directly from that gun? Why wouldn't they do that? Why only go halfway from the lie? Well, we know that actually it was an exploding microphone that killed Charlie, but we're going to lie and say we found a bullet. But we won't lie and say that it's from that rifle specifically. Why wouldn't they? Can anyone explain that to me? If they're going to lie, just be like, yeah, 100% conclusive it came from that rifle. Wrapped up in a nice, neat bow. 90% of the conspiracy theories are gone. But instead, they lied and said it was a 30 caliber. But they are unwilling to lie and say it's a 30 caliber that came from that exact gun. It's just shit that doesn't add up. Why an empty pistol holster? Aren't those things usually strapped on? Usually, but not always. And in a panic, someone could have dropped their pistol holster. My understanding is UVU, the defense got them to admit this, is a campus that's open carry. So any number of people in a panic, in a shooting where someone just got assassinated, could be scrambling and drop a pistol holster. And why would anyone plant a pistol holster anyways if they were killing him with an exploding microphone and blaming someone shooting a 30-06? What's the point of the pistol holster? To further muddy the waters from the exploding microphone theory? If I was setting this up and making Tyler Robinson a patsy, I would make it look to the best of my ability that he shot Charlie Kirk with that gun. I wouldn't add an empty pistol holster. Why would I do that if I'm setting up the crime scene? So either way, even in the conspiracy theory, it would be accidental that someone left a pistol there. Unless they're going to say, no, it was an exploding mic, or never mind, maybe it was someone that shot him with a pistol. Caleb, $2 says for the whipping Jewish tune. Thank you. Bakester, $10 says mayo has proof people do disgusting things to peanut butter jars. All right. I owe stupid whip songs. I owe 2 of them for our good friend Wade Boggs. He's been waiting patiently. Let's fucking play them. I've yelled at morons enough. All right, let's see what we got. $100. We spin the whip wheel. You donate a single donation of $100. Anytime we get over an even $100 mark, so the next one would be $400, so it'd be $63. I'm sorry, $43 would take us to another whip song as well. Intel Wild, $5 says go. Thank you so much. Mangozi gives 20 over in Rumble, says lazy lowest common denominator telenovela narrative gooning is such the norm now. Yep. All right. We had Black Southern Church Choir. All right, let's do it.
Where there's a whip, 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 where's a whip. Oh, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land. Oh, there's a whip, where there's a whip, oh, where there's a whip, oh, where there's a whip.
Hey, all right. One more. No one donates. Oh, Kelly. Thanks for the $10. This is for the whip. We're close now. We're only $33 away. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. Man, I will be honest. I'm very excited I got to yell at people today. I needed it. It felt good. I didn't think it'd be pleasers, but as good as anyone. Here we go.
Please go. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hey! Kelly, thanks for the 10. Says for the whip. Appreciate it. Mr. B, another 10 says, I think I'm speaking to everyone when I say destroying dummies in chat makes for A+ content. I hope it happens every stream. I do enjoy it. I don't know. I don't think I've changed. I think I've always been someone. I've stood by. You have no reason to just blindly trust narratives. But I've tried to every time that I've said, I think that the government's lying about this or that there's some sort of scandal. I've tried to present my case, debate as many people as possible. I didn't say, I think that the Russia dossier thing's bullshit. And someone says, oh yeah, explain this. And I'm just like, fed slop. How dare you? Like, okay. I tried to be the opposite and actually argue my point and listen when people criticize, and it made if I was like, okay, yeah, that's a problem. But I guess now it's in vogue to just say, no, it's just you're a shitty person if you don't agree with everything I say 100%. So we have to buy the narrative that helps benefit the left. We just have to do it. Steel, $2 says, towards community whip. Thanks, Steel. See you, EOD. I will rate, yes. All right, we are $21 away. But not for everyone. Sorry, it's just reading some. Oh, look at that. Wade Bucks, $20 is who got the rest. $1 away. Thanks, Wade. It's Wade's cousin Chip. Look at that. What a G. Am I too white to use the term G? I don't know. All right. Let's not have it be a dumb one. Pixar, and then we got Truth Revolt. $10 says, Blazer, you should do a no prep debate with Rob. You sound confident and could totally destroy Rob. Or are you just a basement dwelling smooth brain potato head? Get a hold of Speakeasy. Love to do it. And then over on Rumble, Beakster, thank you so much. Donates $150.
That was so close to Disney, wasn't it?
And requests the one true whip song and one more. All right. Thank you, Beakster. You legend. All right. Pixar. And then I'll do the Disney one, and then I have one more. That's funny.
Smile here, Rob.
Yeah.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Nice.
You're gonna do it this time with me? You know, your hands like this?
I don't know. Did Turning Point or Israel pay me to do it? No.
Somebody get a hold of Steve. We need some money. Do it like this. Right here, Rob. Left, right. Right here, Rob. You can do this part. Do the big hit with me. The finale part. Spirit fingers, Rob. You know how to do it. You grew up with me. You know how the spirit fingers go. Go on, Rob. Spirit fingers. It's an amazing thing to do.
I'll never get it. All right, one more. Let's make it a not the worst one. We could do it. We're capable. Okay. I don't know if I remember this one. I'm sure I will. They're all nightmares.
Where there's a weep as a way, people up. They're never know. Yo compte n'a qu'à ma force à l'archerie. Cherchez mon job. J'avoue quand ça s'en gros bas, c'est me right now. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way, yeah. There's a way, we don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We gotta march all day, every day, all day, every day. Where there's a weep, better way. Where there's a weep, better ride. Boy, do the answer dick. Go up on God de la nimbe. Raté nos kina. Man fait bon mort. Ciné qui sat. Young pop. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. There's a way. Right, yeah. Where there's a way, I'm from God the verses are ready and attack. There's a way, come back on the way 'cause I'm ready to fight. There's a way, for we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
All right, are we done? Did we have fun tonight? I had fun tonight. I did. Until the whip songs. Yelling at people's fun. I didn't have to yell. I was fine until people started making accusations about me. But I don't know. I did have fun up until the whip song portion. I enjoy that shit. How much for SpongeBob Whip AI remake? Stuff like that's tough to get in exactly someone's voice. But we could try to create your own whip song. It's $200. Has to be with those lyrics though. Who said you can't question narratives in the chat? Like, I don't understand this. No one said that. No one at all. You were questioning. I was questioning your questions. You were like, I can't believe this. Rob used to question things. And I was like, yeah, fuck you. I still am. What? I don't understand what's difficult about it. I don't mind people questioning whatever. All the Shire ones on there. $150 to request a specific one. Look, I'll show you. Here's all the ones that are on there. There are 110. Here it is. Shire, second to last. It's on there. No cheating. I keep them all equally weighted. They're all on there. Is there a bargain whip? No. No. $86 to the next one. Yeah, you you could request the OG one if you want. It just, there's a couple that demonetize. The 1950s one, someone always copyrights it, and it's a different song that they're copyrighting. But it just sounds like a 1950s song. And I've tried to fight it, and I didn't win, and I don't know how, because it's not the same fucking song. But the OG Whip song, they do copyright it now. So if I play it, they'll copyright it. It doesn't really affect me, because I don't monetize my live anyways. But well, choosing the OG Whip songs. Avarice gets full money for each Disney song. I propose kissing my ass. That's what I propose.
Don't propose things that's gonna make me kiss his ass, people. Don't do that.
Not you kissing.
Oh, I was like, wait, I don't get a fucking dog.
Yeah, that's weird, Caleb. That shit happens. Steel, $2 says, please donate for poor whip shepherds on high. $84 away. I don't know that we'll get any more tonight. It is 2 a.m. my end. Now tomorrow, one serious thing. All this fighting and shit. Look, I'm not saying it's not serious, but if I can't ask you guys for a favor, it is my attempt tomorrow to go out to lunch with a good friend of mine who used to be one of the people that I supported when I worked in the home health care. He's having a really tough time with his health. So if you could find it in your heart, even if you hate me and think I'm a sack of shit, just to say a prayer or to keep him in your thoughts. I'm not going to say his name or anything, but he's a really good guy. He's having a real difficult time with his health, and it's not looking good. It's really not. So hopefully tomorrow I have a good lunch with him. We're planning a fishing trip. I think that'll be fun. You know, a bit. Do I archive my streams? I keep them all up on Rumble always, but that's the only archiving I'm really doing. So, all right. Well, I think we're going to raid over to Emmett, I think is who I picked today. So enjoy that. Emmett's a good dude. I think you guys will like him. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, fucking you greedy bastards. You know, you're greedy. You know who you're like. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. $84 to save from Emmett. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. So thank you to Avarice. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to all of my mods. Thank you to all the people that let me scream and yell at them. It's good for me. It's cathartic. Thanks to everyone who donated tonight, everyone who watched, liked, subscribed, chatted. I appreciate you all. Again, even the people I'm yelling at. It's content, baby. Truth Revolt, $5. Says you should make one of those for the Mormons. Thank you. Not much about the Mormons. I don't know. They got those bee outfits and they were attacking Charlie Kirk. That's all I remember. Look, we talked a lot about the assassination of Charlie Kirk today. We saw how the left celebrated it. How even institutions like the New York Times made excuses for it. How they're attacking his wife and his family. So take a moment and say a prayer for the Kirk family. And never forget what the stakes are. And what these lefties want to have done to you. So God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. I will see you all tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.